Namaskar, good morning, good day to all my friends all over the world who listen to me, who are interested in my talks, all those, and who shall be interested in my talks. Cheer to them for this 22nd June 2020, another day of life with COVID-19 criticalities, super criticalities, and and business reopening, which is not required at this time, but people are behind business opening because of deteriorating situations of economies around world. Well, it's something else. This is a factor. Speaking from Bharat, India, and my routine talks regarding project management, regarding concrete, and regarding contracts, as usual, for for dissemination of information to all on fraternity who are interested, who are keen to know, and all those who are interested, who may be interested, who are aspiring knowledge, but due to lack of time, they are not able to find that. Well, it's up to them. Some people are happy, some are not happy with that. Life doesn't end at one point. Lives keep on moving and moving and moving. And COVID 19, I don't know it's enemy of world or it's friend of world, you have to decide yourself. But I consider both points in this COVID 19, that this is actually pushing world to change itself. Every say I say. I understand that very well what I'm saying, because sometimes empirical teaching is very important rather than logical teaching. Empirical means what you see, what you observe, what you do, and with no derivation but only observation. In engineering, we have many types of formulas. Certain formula we derive using this formula to that formula, and we use our steps to reach our result. Whereas sometimes we say, okay, let us observe nature and see how nature works, and that's called empirical formula, not derivation but observance. So if I say this empirical treatment I am giving to COVID-19, that as for observation till now, COVID-19, you cannot say that it's your enemy, as well as you cannot also say that it's your friend. It's in between somewhere. It's like a teacher, like a universe professor. COVID-19, COVID-19 is of course, you may say it's a disease, or I may say it's an ease also. It has, it has resolved many problems of world society. It has resolved don't shake hands. It has resolved don't kiss each other. It has resolved that don't run too fast. It has resolved that concentrate. It has resolved don't waste time on functions, marriages, and that. It has resolved that isolate yourself. It has resolved that concentrate. It has resolved that you be happy with yourself. It has resolved that don't trust others. It has resolved that keep your face safe. It has resolved that be energetic. It has resolved that have immunity. It has resolved that stay with nature. It has resolved that respect biodiversity. It has resolved that respect air. Respect air. It has resolved that respect water bodies. It has resolved that respect to agriculture. It has resolved that respect vegetable foods. It has resolved that don't kill animals, don't kill birds. It has resolved that respect yourself. It has resolved that don't run fast too fast. And like that, you can enlist yourself what it has resolved. I think people had been living in darkness, darkness darkness of foolishness. You may say darkness of running behind wealth, but people had forgotten health is wealth, health is wealth, and character is wealth, and money is not wealth. That's what I understand with this. Yes, money is having buying power, but there is one part of that. Health is important for everybody, and mind health is also important for everybody, because some people are very healthy, strong, but their minds sleep. So what I'm saying is, if I consider COVID-19, yes, it has infected crores of people. I should say, I should not say millions, because that's a fake news practices that people, even Trump-like people, are openly claiming don't test. We know what we do in India. We never test, and we do, and many others like Gulf country they test. They are honest people. Like many other countries, they want to test, but some don't have money. But country like Bharat, India, which itself is cheating, with none cheating none, it's self-deception. It's living in self-deception that thinks if we do not examine people, if we don't test them, COVID won't be there. So this is called foolishness. One should be honest as far as nation is concerned, government is concerned, and it's valid for every government of world. It's not only that I'm talking of country Bharat. So many countries hide information, but you hide or you don't hide, facts cannot be changed, and facts are that about 1.2 billion people have been infected by this virus all over the world. Day before yesterday, I got a news that 1.5 lakh or 150,000 cases were infected. You see, if in one day 1.5, let's take an average of 1.5 lakh or 1,000 per day. This means 45 lakhs in 1 month. 45 lakhs in 1 month, just take an average. So where is the 1 billion is not far away. It's not too far, because in 3 days, in the 2 months, you will get, if it is 45 means 90 lakhs. So you may say more than 1 billion people have been impacted upon. Well, this is not now a question of argument. Question is COVID-19, or you can say virus 19, or you can say this virus or this power of God. You cannot say it's not power of God, because without permission of God, even virus cannot come in. And it is certainly smart, very smart. I cannot say, I can say with certainty, as I am using this, some certainty, that this is very smart virus. It's not caring for someone. It goes, people think it has gone, but it goes on vacation and comes back after weekend or month end, and again it starts working, as is happening in many countries. It happens in China, that it disappeared, but it reappeared in its next station, that is Beijing. Similarly, it disappeared from north, what you call New Zealand, and reappeared there. It disappeared from many other locations and reappeared with full force. So we cannot say that this hasn't started running away. It shall stay. It's a full visa. It's a life visa, probably. It's a decade visa here, and we cannot change that visa, and we cannot even check its passport also. So do not worry about that. Yes, that's right. Every country is behind economy now, because all countries are hollow vessels, I can say. All countries around the world are hollow vessels, and hollow vessels sound much. Or you can, for a single nation, hollow vessel sounds much. So I'm talking in combination of all alliances of Navy work, and that's hollow vessels sound much. That's what's happened and has been happening. So when all countries are interested in economies, this means they have lost economy. This means they are poor now, and they were never rich because they were showing rich. And that practice, that point, we should clearly understand. We should not keep ourselves in imagination, in conceptualization, in speculation that everything is okay. Yes, wealth is important, but earth is also important. And don't forget, if you destroy earth, you destroy wealth. Don't forget, if you destroy environment, you destroy your health. Don't forget, if you destroy water, you destroy your health. Don't forget, if you destroy surface of earth, you destroy your food. It's like that. Diversity is there. But these four diversities are very important. If you don't have water, you don't have soil, you don't have sun, you don't have air, you cannot survive even if you have whole wealth. Wealth is a limited one. You cannot get whole wealth even if you want. Even whole nations of world want, you want to extract whole wealth from earth. That is impossible because you cannot even reach 1 kilometer down and make one room there. It's not possible yet. Science is not that developed, technology is not developed. If I want today, I want to construct a small room of 3 meter by 3 meter by 3 meter at 1 kilometer depth from sea level. I mean to say not sea level, from surface level. Sea level is a reference, so I am saying from sea level down to 1 meter, I want to construct one room. 1 meter, 1 kilometer down or 2 kilometer down. It's impossible as of today because 1 kilometer, 2 kilometer, 3 kilometer, I can't reach using excavation machines. So what I mean to say is it's actually really difficult to say that we can extract health. Even if you excavate and reach one ground, you will dip in water itself somewhere which penetrates out or flows in subsoil water. So you cannot take that out because whole water would come to you. So excavation of that is also not possible. So we should be very serious in this way. Don't take it so lightly. And I know all countries. Now Trump's statement is very surprising. Such a person sitting in such a position, and if he openly says that we don't test more people because it will give more infectious, what does it? Well, it's an honest person, I can say. No, this honest person will state like that, but it's honest but innocent also. Well, you can say that this is childish statement actually he has made because yes, you don't. But we are declaring that this indicates some degree of honesty, not like our dishonest people in our country. Well, I should support at this means the honesty I support, but statement I don't support because if you don't discover people, if you bring out people who are infected, then how can you solve them? Well, UAE is thinking to again reinstate, Saudi is thinking to again reinstate, all countries are thinking. Every day news are coming in so many cases, so many cases, and so many cases, and then they are also increasing to reinstate stability. See, don't be in hurry. It's not proportional way. We have to wait. Once you destruct something, you cannot construct immediately. It takes time. And don't forget that even if you do it, you won't be able to do it because COVID has come to protect wealth of earth, and it won't allow you to destroy wealth of earth. This is what COVID is. So my dear friends, be smart enough, and my dear all friends around the world, all governments around the world, have patience. I would say, have patience. You are not that poor, you are not starving, you have enough food to eat. Why you are behind economy at this moment when economy cannot help you? If your people die, if suppose today COVID-19 starts with full force, your economy will collapse again. It's already collapsed. It's not come up. You are thinking to bring it back. Think it. Keep thinking. Who stops you? Thinking is your right. You keep thinking. But remember, it's God that has to help you. And if God does not want to help you, God is still not interested in you. Remember, it's punishment of God that has come to you. God is not happy with humanity because humanity worships God, but humanity is not honest with God. God did a lot in centuries, and we crazy people on earth destroyed that wealth. God's really not happy with that. God's air we have polluted, God's water we have polluted, God's petrol we have drunk, and we are only interested in money. That's what I would say. It should be corrected now. I would again say I'm just talking of COVID every day because only for this reason, and because I'm not talking technicalities of this, I'm not talking medical reasons of this. Of course, I am talking of safety, of precautionary safety, because I am an engineer and I do understand what is safety, and I am very strict on that. If I see that it's going to harm our people, until it doesn't harm, I am not that strong, but once I see this whatever problem exists in management of safety, we have to take care. It's not that we cannot take care. We have to take individual measures, and unfortunately, people are not understandable. People can't be analyzed, and therefore we cannot go to everyone. But they should understand themselves. So what they are doing, how they are doing. If you are not strong enough to wear a mask rightly or have some glasses on your eyes, then who can help you? Tell me. If there's a food in your plate, and if you don't want to take that food, who can help you? No one can help you. Therefore, dear friends, don't be in isolation permanently. Keep your mind with you. Keep your mind with you. Keep your courage with you. Keep your energy with you. And only then I can say that you are self-realizing. You are a self-caring person. Do not leave everything. God shall take care of you, of course. We are all children of God, and God has a basic responsibility to take care of children. But children should also be loyal. Children should listen to Him. God says, stop destroying earth. In totality, I can say, destroying it doesn't mean you break rocks. You are breaking rocks. Quality destruction is also destruction. Quality deterioration is also destruction. Quality reduction is also deterioration. Quality non-compliance is also deterioration. So don't get crazy. Just think of that. Yes, economy is important. Who says not important? But this is not time to think of economy. We have to think first for health. If health is not there, if people are not healthy, what shall your economy do? What shall it do? Nothing it will do. And again I am saying, take care of yourself. Take care for your body. Take care of your mind. Cases are rising every day all over the world, and there appears to be no end for this currently. So you have to bear it. You can speculate that it is gone. Speculation is a speculation. It won't tell you reality. It won't tell you facts. So don't speculate and be good child of God. Think of work of God. Work of God is earth, earth's values, earth's members, earth's elements, and respect them. Economy is always there. There was no time in history where there was no economy. Yes, you understand now what is economic value, because you want to live luxurious life, better live normal life, live natural life. Yes, if you live natural life, such viruses would not touch you, and that's what I can say. COVID says, I am not your enemy. COVID says, I am your friend. COVID says, I am your guest. COVID says, listen to me. COVID says, get what I do. COVID says, I am here to help you. If you want to be helped, COVID says, I am not asking, may I help you? I am without asking you, without your instructions, without your advice, I am helping you, because this is my basic job description, and I can't deviate my basic job description, because I am not human being. I am God's product. I am God's soul product, and I know you everyone. I know, dear friends, I know soul's combinations of everyone. I know you are honest or you are honest. You are gentle or you are not gentle. You are godly or not godly. I know every character of yours. I know your files, your nuclear files, your soul files. I don't want information through you or from someone else that what you are. So do not think I don't know you. Still, I am giving you opportunity. I have taken only 0.5% life, so I am not angry with you. I am just trying to tell you that if you don't support nature, if you don't listen to what God seeks, what God knows, what God requires you to do, if you don't listen to God's commands, then I am there. And God does not mean any religious God. I am not concerned with religions. I am concerned with real God, the real power of soul. I have no relation to any religion that you nominated. It's my different religion. My religion is I have to control my work. I have to control everything. I don't go away. Your religion say I have my own calculations. I have my own designs. Everything is for me. So I would say take precautionary measures, and with that I would like to close COVID here. because of this basic information, and I hope you got point of that. So I'll take it down, and thank you very much for this. Dear gentlemen, this is just you can say kind of indicative talk, because people should be encouraged in moral, and that is what I want to do. I wanted to do, and I think I do it successfully to my capacity. I'm not saying I'm excellent. Now I am going to project management, organization, total quality. Project management, total quality. This is my second part of talk. I have gone through college. I didn't want to explain more because you know all well. So now it's project management. You all know meaning of that. I call it management, or you may call it humanment. You may manage or humanize, or you can say organize, or actually I say this is organization, this is workers, this is personnel who are responsible for projects, who are responsible for management. And if there is no worker, there can be no project. Projects need workers, project needs human resources, and without that, there is no possibility that project can move. Project, we say, I explained before also, project means a small thing. It means very small duration, but it's not forever. Project is like a stage only. Project is like a scene, like a projection, you can say. As what says project means, you have to inject something to world, inject something to existence of world, and that's pro-injection. You can say pro-injection, but that is an asset, and project equal to asset. When you say project is delivered means asset, of course asset means from your own materials. There are raw materials, there are usable materials, there are salvage materials, and there are other materials, in combination of which they mix together, they work together, they move together, and we get something at end result, as end result, and that's called delivery of project. So that project is nothing, in fact it is value of your economy, it's value of your money, and that project manager, I'm sorry, that project which I call organizational result, that is counted as an asset for your nation, as an asset for your community, and that asset remains asset until it works, it performs in terms of operations. So this is what I say, project management, total quality I call it. When I say total quality, it is not quality alone, it's not system quality, it's total systems quality. When it says there may be many systems on a project, not one, not two, but many. All those are well organized by people, by personnel, by key personnel, by heads. And those organized workers, those organization team are enough intelligent to know about projects ins, outs, positive and negative, affirmative and negative. They are very intelligent guys, and they know what is project, they know theory behind that, they know practice behind that, they know what project is, what's the function of project, what scope of project, what's the destiny of project, what theories are involved, what data is involved, what formulas are involved, what mathematics is involved, what physics, chemistry is involved, what technology is involved, what science is involved, what other factors are known, nature is involved. All this we know, and all those people know. What I say total quality one means not simple quality, it's quality of all, quality of A to Z of human resources, quality of A to Z of materials involvement, quality of A to Z of equipment involvement, quality of A to Z of technology involvement, quality of A to Z of use of material, tolerances, everything, whatever comes on that, conditions, the contracts, everything requires a quality, everything requires that one. And if you understand that, we can say yes, this is what we have to do. So a scope is there in every project. Without a scope, project cannot move. There is definition of every person, there's a definition of every position, there's a definition of every method, there's a definition of every requirement, there's a definition of contracts, there's a definition of all there are hundreds of definitions on a project. It depends on what type of project it is. There can be 1 day project, there will be 1 month project, there will be 1 year project, there will be 10 years project, 5 years project. Depends on what it is. Your education itself is a project in eyes of your parent, and your further education is also a part of that. Your marriage itself is a project, Your job itself is a project for you, not for company. So when I say you have something, you do not just stick to what books say, but you think yourself, because when you are in project, you are master of that. You are responsible for that, and you think you are going to be a master, then you should be critical thinker. You do not confine yourself what's being asked for, but think of what questions can be raised. You think of what analysis can be made. So project is an analysis, project is a questionnaire, project is a reference to be read. A complete knowledge of project is very important for those who work on projects, maybe project engineer, manager, or juniors, or deputies, or workers. I consider everyone is personal of project, even up to level of guard. I consider that. In Arabic we call them Nathur, even up to level of Nathur projects. They are all members of project, and we have to respect everybody, irrespective of what classes of power they have, what classes of activities they have. I consider everyone involved on project in whatever capacity, all are directly or indirectly involved with that project, and they must be credited with that performance if they do successfully. Yes, there can be a gap among all people, but average is there, and average performance should be accepted by all. So what I'm to say, project has a date of start and project has a date of end, and when date of end comes in, next day starts, operational day of project. So project does not stand as a project then, it goes to a maintenance, or it goes to a service state where no project exists, but it's being used, it's consumed, and it's used by the user. So that's what I say about project management. Maybe people do not say I'm right. I don't understand, they may say why, but if I'm saying something, I am saying based on my experience and based on what I could understand in whatever small experience, whatever small knowledge I have. I'm not saying I'm knowledgeable excessively. I am very small average person as far as knowledge is concerned, as my position is concerned. Well, I least bother about designation. Designation can be achieved by performances, but what you can perform, you have to think yourself. You can perform to skies, and you can sleep otherwise. So project management is something very, very different, and I am talking of this project because project we are dealing with in engineering. I'm not talking about the commercial projects. Of course, commercial buildings we do, but I'm not selling something. I'm not a salesman. I am not a marketing manager. I am not, promoter of some commercial work. We deal with industrial works, and we deal with, something to be built from existing natural resources to solid usable resources. So that's the point where we have different. Commerce of goods, commerce of available project is something else. I'm not talking of that. Those who deal with material, they sell material to projects, they deal with that. I'm not salesperson, but I can give product to those who want to sell them. That's the only difference. So you can say, I am a producer, I am a production guy. Production guy, of course, generally this term is used in mechanical engineering or those engineering where products are manufactured and sold. But don't forget that in civil engineering, products are manufactured on sites, and of course they can't be sold because who is a buyer already there in form of clients. So already it's a deal, means it's a contract. It's a deal, there's a budget, means if you do this, we will pay you this. So question of selling does not arise there. So selling, you can say, included in our projects. So we say, when I say project, and one has to deal with many projects in whole career. I cannot say that there is only one project in my career. There are many projects in everybody's career. There are, and those who do not analyze those projects. When you say project, means it's not simply project delivery. Project means there are so many projects in those projects. Projects means there are many sub-projects in every project. Project means every project is different. Every project has something in this. Every project has something in that. And every project has hundreds or tens of sub-projects. And that's the beauty of project. That projects has many projects. So when we say, for example, let's say we are going to construct a building, what is their main project in building, what is main part of that project in building is that we have to understand very well. This small word CONCRETE, though it's only CONCRETE, small word, but it's very powerful word. In every project, in every construction project, this is very powerful sub-project. In fact, this is, can say, lead sub-project for all other projects, and without this, even project cannot be called project. This is what we are talking of, concrete. Concrete, when every time I say concrete, is actually project. Is actually project means all project depends on this material. Material, I say. Actually, what material is means it's used everywhere on project. That can be called a material. Of course, it's a permanent inclusion on project. Permanent inclusion, I mean to say, this cannot be taken out once it's installed on project. Temporary inclusion is that which can be taken out after it's being used, used over. Similarly, preparatory inclusions are those which are supportive to permanent materials production. So only permanent inclusion remains there, which is forever. It can be concrete, it can be other items which are not going to be excluded further. They shall become permanent members with that project. So we have to be very careful when we consider permanent materials and materials which are preparatory and materials which are temporary. These points as engineers we should understand. We understand, I can't say that we don't understand that. People in our profession understand that. But sometimes means young people, they find a little problem. Because those who are experienced, those who are very seniors, I should not say about them. They are my bosses, in fact. They are more experienced than what I am. So I don't want any answer from them because they are masters of this. Of course, maybe they have not written documents related to their achievement, that's different one. But they know what they say. They can say something, they can write something because they are experienced professionals. What they do, they know. I cannot comment on that. But my scope is that I want to disseminate what I can to my fraternity, interconnected fraternity, to those who are interdisciplinary in my profession. So it is share of knowledge in this world because share is very important. What these days you want to share something, you have to share something so that it reaches others. That's basic idea behind that. Because to access or to reach information to those who need them but are short of them, that's called sharing. We should share what we have. Because if you don't share, nothing happens, but only loss is that when I leave this world, I can't help my information to go to others because it's nowhere available, either in writing or in speech or in some other mode or some other platform. Either write or tell them in person or record it. Well, writing, I have seen, it doesn't help. In 2020 and also before, And I can say for last 2-3 decades, I can reflect my position that I tried writing a lot, but receiving people are limited. I think it strains their eyes to read, possibly, or they don't have time because they are too busy, possibly, or they are so tired sometimes they don't have time to read, but they are interested, or so much information is available on internet or everywhere that it's difficult to find sometimes what you copy or save for. If you saved something and you can't discover it immediately, you are not, you okay, leave it, we'll find some other time. And that some other time never comes in. Problem is, I compare my time to current times when I was budding to young baby engineer. I could not understand what I had to do. In fact, to be very frank, I could not understand what I had to do in my life, how I do. Once I was in government supervision, then I came to contracting. So I could not even understand what I had to do when I was in government, to be very frank. Because there was no one to explain to you what your job description is or what your role is. Maybe now they have reorganized, but I'm talking those times when there was no calculator even. There was no calculator, only used to calculate manually, and of course meters or fit, and all calculations were done manually. So of course it took time, it is consumed a lot of time of our profession because no support, and you even lock tables can't be used everywhere, could not be used everywhere. So I am from that layer of people which had no backup, which had nothing. Just we had to read books, see specifications and understand, and if possible apply them. And I think we cheated ourselves in those days. I'm really honest. I did not read regularly what a specific. Yeah, I knew specifications, but applying and forcing others to apply wasn't that his job. So what happens actually is sometimes ignore something which is not to our control. I walked there in that circumstances, in that environment. Later on, I completed my engineering degree and moved to overseas, where I found another problem. There too, I could not understand because jumping from government job or supervisory position to contracting position is lot of difference. Because when you are in supervisory position, your job is not to arrange materials, resources or machines, but just to supervise what contractor has done and then show that contractor has done according to contract documents. But that time I could not even understand what were contract documents because there was no such syllabus, no such program, no such guidance, even something we could understand from different only through documentation of projects. And well, that was a time like that. Every child acts this way. I was just 20 years, possibly 21, 22 years, and in that age you cannot say that one is self-decision. You have many bosses, they instruct you, you get instruction from in time or don't get in same time. You have to act accordingly. And I was even sometimes so fool, you can still a fool. One superintendent came to my site and asked me, do you know specification of this motor mixing? Actually there was a lime cement motor was being used. Lime cement motor was, I think, lime motor, not cement motor. Lime motor was being used for construction of brick masonry on one project where I was involved. He said, have you gone through specifications of this? And if there's no machine at that time, it was mainly mixing that one. We had some bullock and some heavy wheel and some circular pit in which we just like we draw water from wells in past time, used to draw water. Same thing, we're grinding that mortar in fact, lime mortar. So he by chance asked me specifications. I said, no sir, I don't know. You don't know specifications? I said, don't know. He was surprised and said, okay, you go, you ask your senior, give me specification, read specification, then come to my office in evening and tell me what you are learning. So see what responsibility I could share. And it's not myself I was alone. There were many like that. Because there's no one supervisor, no one your senior to guide you. Because when I asked my senior specifications about all the affairs, he says, if I give you specification, you will stop work. That was response. Truly speaking, same answer given. If I provide you specification, you shall stop work. What do you believe by that? If your senior says, I am only 21 years, and your senior says, I give you specification, you will stop my work. So what you would say in that case? That's a total quality you think? Or that's a project management you think? Or what is that? That's my point of view. I want to tell all those buddings who are new, don't act smart, don't act fool like me, don't act, I was a coward, or you can say I was having less knowledge. There was another instance once, what actually happens in some projects, generally in our country, they use brick walls for shutters. Means what should be done? First you should do columns, and then you should do slab, and then you should do brickwork, which is real framing actually. But what they do, they raise walls first, and then they put on two sides the shutters and cast column using two block walls sides. I didn't accept that. I discussed with some of my friend colleague also in the same category. He was laughing. I said, what they are doing? It's not right. He said, look, if you allow them, they'll give you something. Now, what actually you expect from such professionals? If I allow them some facility, he saves some time or some shuttering cost, he can give you something. And what is that something? You understand very well. It could be commission from billings. Clearly speaking, there's nothing to hide. Maybe 1% they give you of your billing, or 2% of your billing, and you allow them everything. You be busy only to take measurement and bill. Prepare bill for them in time so that they get money in time. If that is your job, then you are engineer. I do not know what you are engineer then. If you are not interested, you don't worry about the specifications. Contractor knows everything. Don't worry about the specification. Contractor knows everything. First point is that. And there is an engineer in contract with contractor, but there is no engineer on site. Don't worry about that. Contractor knows everything. And even sometimes we have such engineers who don't want to even record entries to regardless of measurement. They just ask contractors, they will copy that. There are such people. So there are two options. Either you accept what practice was or is. You accept that and don't interfere, or you fight with them and have many transverses or explanations. Because when you fight with them, you can't produce progress. Your progress would be zero or below normal. Contractor shall say, what sort of person you have given us? That contractor will go to even superintending engineer level or some other level and say, what this person you have given me is not allowing me work. How you ask me progress? How can I keep continuing like this? So what shall happen? You know what shall happen. So it was really, a period in which you could say, one man said to me, if you cannot handle these contractors and cannot give results, you will be failure. Well, that person is right. I was a failure in fact. I had many disputes with many contractors. Well, then I thought, because I am unsuitable to such kind of surroundings, such kind of environment. But my only problem was at that time, I didn't have complete degree. I passed diploma and then I was completing my educational degree. So I thought, okay, let me compromise somewhere. I asked them, please transfer me to planning office or to some other office where site work is not involved. And I got it through my request, and I passed 2 or 3 years there, and then I left that job because it money, maybe it's big issue for someone, but I could not even know what money could help me. You can say I did not realize value of money at that time. I needed money, of course, but I think my salary was adequate for my expenses because I did not have a scooter, I did not have a cycle, I didn't have a car, I did not have a flat, I did not have, it's just I wanted food and clothing, and that's it. So it was that period I'm explaining to. I'm not considered as a part of this management, but this was life at that time. So how can you compare that time to current time? We, I and others tolerated that time. Some remained there, some left. I was also one of those. I left. Some remained there forever, and they were happy in their life. Means they were earning money, they were enjoying life. Okay, it's up to them. They had been enjoying. They were not. They were not. They were not. You can say self-depressed or self-critics of involving with this type of money, this type of illegal money. They had no conflict in their minds, so they continued. It's up to you. For someone, corruption is nothing, and for someone, corruption is everything. It's up to you to decide. So I am not telling you that I am honest person. I have nothing to say about that. I am very bad person in fact. But as far as my conscience is concerned, my conscience does not allow any kind of dishonesty or failure of sincerity, you can say. And I think I'm not saying I'm good in that, but my conscience is happy that whatever life I passed in engineering, in career is okay. I'm not very rich. I don't want to be. I left that job. This was good job. I can't say it was bad job because salary was okay in those days, and I would be promoted after few years, 2 or 3 years, and then another position. So that there was no such problem. Problem comes in only when your destiny changes, your thoughts changes, your honesty changes. So it's up to you how you consider this project management or project liberties or your liberties or what you consider about life or future. There is some tolerance you can do, but not everything. So that's my project condition is different. I am a different kind of person. I'm not very expert. I cannot say I'm very intelligent also. I am normal. I don't want to be called expert, and because there is no definition of expertise and there is no definition of very intelligent. Profession itself is intelligent. When you are in profession, certainly you must have certain degree. You must have some experience. Only then you can be a professional. So what level of profession you are, you know very well. I know myself. I know what capacity I have, and you know what capacity you have. Because no one else can know your capacity until you perform. And remember, when you perform, when you do job in your profession or organization, nobody knows what you are, but you know what you are. They give you a job description, okay, your job is this. That's fine, means at least limits they explain to you. These are your limits. If you want to go beyond these limits, you are welcome, but you prove first. You establish your capacity, and once you establish your capacity, they promote you to a higher level, at least as far as responsibilities are related, job description is related. But remember, your mind is not bound by anyone. Your scope, your vision, your focus, your target, your ambition, your vistas are none bound by anyone. In profession, There is liberty, I said. Profession means liberty. Liberty of thoughts, liberty of thinking, liberty of expansion, liberty of diversity, and liberty of involvement. And your energies, what you have, if you can go to unlimited extent. Do not think that you are an engineer only, or you are having a degree only, or you are a manager only, or you are an organizer only. Do not think that. Think as much as you think. Forget what education is. Education gives you an understanding. Education equips you with proper working in a field. That's what education is all about. It doesn't stop you from expansion. Yes, it can contract you if you do not value it. If you change your profession, then it goes nil and nil, void. So profession values only if you move and move. Move not on horizontal mobility, move on vertical mobility, move on diagonal mobility, move on hypercurve mobility, and move and move. When you say move and move, it means learn. Update. Think. Analyze. Synthesize. We learn mathematics, physics, chemistry. For what? Fluid mechanics for what? Theory of structure for what? Analysis for what? Designs for what? Thermodynamics for what? Electrical engineering for what? For what we learn all this? We learn all this supporting arrangements so that if sometimes required, we can read those documents not as expert but indicatively information, just to contact other guys, place this is your problem, come and solve it. Interconnection it is. As you as a postal interpost or intercommunication. This is not my field, but I know what is this. That point is written in specification or on drawings, and you are required to contact that person when this time comes. That's where it is. So project organization is self-organization in fact. Everybody organizes self. I organize myself, you organize yourself. Organization is important for everybody. Individual organization in alliance with project organization. Individual organization in alliance with company organization, or where you are working that organization. That is group organization as well, and you can say ultimately total organization and total quality. That point is very important to understand. If that point I can understand and you can understand, our project is resolved. Our project is resolved automatically because we are not limited, we are unlimited that way. That's what I say. Do not limit yourself. Yes, we say in integral calculation there is a limit. Every mathematics is there is a limit. There is a limit, but not your work. Your work does not require any limit. No project organization is required if you are organized. No project organization if your subordinates you organize. Organize them. There is no organization required if your workers are organized. If your equipment operators are organized. If your team is organized, you are organized. Your documentation is organized. Your approach is organized. Your thoughts are organized. Your planning is organized. There is no organization. There is no position as organization. There is no circuit as organization. There is no key plan as organization. That is indicative only. Indication is something else, not evidence. Means we write something on paper just for communication purpose, not for concrete purpose. And I say communication means what I consume must reach others. That's only purpose, and that should be self-explanatory. That what I want to tell. Yes, we write job descriptions. That's for indication only. It doesn't mean that that's final. Job description for everybody. Even I have to write my job description. In whatever capacity I am, I have to tell people this is my minimum responsibility and this is your minimum responsibility. Other than this, you can be allotted anything. There's no stop. If you accept that, that is provided. Provision is there. Howsoever, if you can't do it, no one is going to force you because you are being paid for this. You have to do this minimum. It's for me, for you, for my senior, for everyone. I can write description of my senior also that I understand this is your responsibility. And if senior says yes, it's mine, so I am successful. It doesn't mean only senior can write to me. I can decide my responsibility. Okay, this is what you are giving, but I am capable to do beyond that, and I do it. What's wrong with that? Okay, even if I'm not allowed to do that, I keep in mind that I can do it. If not in this job, in next job, or if not on this assignment, or not on this project, next project, it keeps on moving in my mind. This means I have to keep my mind active, my disciplines, my mind in that discipline that I can do that. Though I am not doing that, but I can do that. I learn every day something. There was one senior to me in my project. Oh, sir, listen, I am keeping your file here. I keep file for every employee here. Tell me if you learn something on site. You write. You tell me what technology you have learned, or you tell me what something else you have learned, which you did not know before. I will write. I will make an entry into a file, and when you leave this place or you go to some other project, you transfer means that file would go with you, so that next person who is responsible for that site would know what you can do, and that person can use for that. Well, that's a part of writing management. But even then, you can not explain everything to others until you perform. It happened with me many times that my position of appointment is something else, but I did completely different work because they could not identify me, or I could not explain to them what actually I can do. It's maybe because of my being young, or I was unable to express to them my internal affiliation. Maybe because I was not very good professional, or my background of family is not that, which could make me that smart. You can explain yourself. Sometimes what happens, talks and talks. Some people are very talkative. They can talk for hours, but when you ask them for work, they run away. There are people. I have seen them talking and talking and talking and talking and talking for hours together. Or you will understand, you will realize, a very brilliant person. He knows that much because he has gone through box of theories. He can explain to you, then he repeat all that. But when it comes to practice, he steps away because he never did work. This happens. That is extraordinary situation. Negative situation. I remember one person, I won't name that person, was having triple MTax. I was in Libya at that time on one project in Sirte town, Army Air Base, diesel power station, and this man, he came to me on my site visit, and he was designated there by chief engineer of company. It's the government of Bharat, India, and government of Libya joint venture, but I was project engineer on that one. So he's asked me, I was standing outside our office. On site, there's some stockpiles of aggregates and other items were available. And we were just talking of, I want to do MTAG also. Oh, he said, oh, don't leave this Chutiapa, this and that, all that. He said like this. There's no use of this, waste of time in this. Because he himself having triple MTAG, and wife was also MTAG. So he said, don't waste time, this is no use. And we were talking of something else, and he was asking my experience and told telling something about him. Then by chance I said, I want to do a couple of study. If I have money, I will say, don't waste time. You might have pursued so many projects, and you might have done so much on that. Then don't depend upon that, because all waste of time. Why, I said, I thought so. Then we were talking of some concrete and some other stuff. It's a long topic also. He asked me, we are talking about sand and this. Where is sand? He was there and standing and struck by the sea. What's sand? I say, yes, should be something. Why I'm saying this? Triple MTAC, chief engineer, just standing at sand, stockpile, and asking me, where is sand? I'm not saying this person didn't know. I'm saying absence of mind. That must be knowing what is sand. He might have seen that because he was living in his mind, not on ground. He could not even see where is sand because he was lost in talking to me. And once I met in office, he was asking, Suraj, look, you are doing this foundation, this and that. I am going through this book and saying this machine foundation and that machine foundation and that machine foundation. So what type of foundation? Is a spring you are putting in or what putting? Chief engineer, he could not see drawings when we are doing that and asking me, we are going to put springs in that or doing something else in that. What I'm saying, I'm not criticizing that person. It's not fault of that person, it's fault of coordination. He did not coordinate, he failed to coordinate about project. Chief engineer has a responsibility to coordinate things. When we call chief engineer, Arabic meaning of chief engineer and our country meaning of chief engineers are different. Chief means one who decides, simple. When we call someone chief, this means that man has to decide technicalities of everything. That's called chief. Otherwise, what for your chief? By designation only? No, your designation should be active one. It should not be sleeping one. If your chief engineer does not know what is that project, so what sort of chief engineer you are? Only for passing time or instructing or sending letters to your juniors and getting their answers. That is administration. That is not chief engineering. Chief engineer means you should answer every technical question, you should answer every technical problem, you should solve every technical problem, you should help your juniors solve them, give them information how to solve it if they are unable to solve that. Coordination, office engineering, problem solving means chief engineering. It's not budget engineering. It's not that you are sanctioning technically and you are saying my job is done. I would say to all chief engineers in this country, think what you are first. You may be chief engineer, you may be engineer member, you may be superintendent engineer. I consider superintendent also a kind of chief engineer because his ultimate designated superintendent engineer basis is resident engineer representing engineer and chief engineer is engineer. So he must be very close to chief engineers. He must be supportive to chief engineers, and if superintending engineers cannot understand what I am asking for. I am just referring to one of my day when I was in Tamil Nadu, Madras on some interview for one company in Abu Dhabi. I was invited particularly for that interview. And when one superintending engineer from PWD Tamil Nadu came, Madras or Tamil Nadu, I don't remember, I raised him one question and he looked at my face. He said, I am superintending engineer. I said, welcome, very good, you are right, you are here. You want to go to Abu Dhabi? Fine. I asked him only one question, I don't know another question, and I still remember that one. You are a superintending engineer, you are a highest engineer in you are a key personnel of that job. Key personnel is the first key personnel, otherwise chief engineer is engineer. So, ask me define concrete. What is concrete? You may say, what sort of this question is all about? Yes, you have every right to question. What sort of this question? A stupid question, yes, a stupid question. But a stupid question must be answered. What is concrete? This is the reason I am talking of concrete. No other reason. If you can't answer concrete, there is no meaning of brick, there is no meaning of mortar, there is no meaning of plastic, there is no meaning. What's meaning that? There is no meaning of foundation. There is no meaning of analysis of structure. There is no meaning of design of structure if you cannot answer what is concrete. Because concrete is unit of that. And if you don't know, you don't know. If you don't know meaning of rupees, how can you say it's a bank balance? You cannot do that. And I was stunned, he could not answer. If superintendent engineer of this country cannot answer meaning of concrete, how you expect projects to move in this country? You think concrete laying is enough? You say speaking with concrete is enough? Not understanding technology of concrete is enough? Is that right? This is why I always fight with people. There's no quality because you don't know what quality is, because you don't know what concrete is. That's why people remain against me. Remain against me, I don't care. But what's concrete, tell me? What is temperature range, tell me? Why we call it concrete, tell me? What are constituents of concrete, tell me? Don't tell me mechanically, tell me engineering way. Engineering way. I'm not bound by the codes. Leave codes aside, tell me generally, you are an engineer, educated, well educated, you may be MTech, you may be PhD, it does not make any difference to concrete what you are. Differences define what it is. And I don't want explanation, long explanation of theories. I want direct answer that can be understood by a layman on site, by a person on site, foreman on site, mason on site, everybody on site, so that they understand what quality they have to adapt to. Because this is practical question, this is not question linked to theory. That question, that explanation is different. Everybody knows that. That person left interview completely. No problem. I have been beaten in field, insulted in field, taunted in field because of such issues. That's why I learned not only concrete, I had to learn every subject, every topic, every material, every system tool that is used in my profession. It's not a question of pride, it's a question of requirement. It's not additive advantage, added advantage if you call it. It's a basic requirement, fundamental requirement. And if you cannot do that, see, engineer is not ENGINEER. It's not engineer, this word only. Engineer means do it. Engineer means do it. Genuineness, the ingenuity. Do something with mind. That is called engineer. It's not BTech, MTech or PhD. Do something using mind. That is engineer. And if you don't use mind, you do, then that you are not engineer. If you don't use your mind, this means you are not planning, this means you are not thinking, this means you are not having any risk assessment, you are not analyzing, you are not quantifying. Just do it. No, that's not engineering. That's not engineering. Plan, do, check and act. Plan, do, check and act. Plan, do, check and act. Do you know that? That is NXSL of quality system. It's not that even if it's not here, we have to plan, we have to do, we have to check, we have to act. And even further, we have to relearn. We have to learn, relearn, learn, relearn. We start stopping at act, it goes further beyond that. Maybe you think I got mad. Yes, I am mad. Expansion of mind is called madness. Because if you don't expand me, you are like others, normal, and people want to be friends with those who talk like that, in their opinion, alliance. You talk against them, I mean to say against, professional way, not personal way. I modify my sentence. It's not against personality of people, it's against in a professional way. If you don't talk in the routine way, with diplomacy, with polite language, if your friend will speak something, they mind it. Why mind it? I think it's better to speak frankly rather than politically, because political statement or diplomatic statement, I call politics and diplomacy the same at par. There's no difference. It's all lying and lying all over the world. Who believes in politicians all over? Nowhere somebody believes them. All are liars. All world leaders are liars. But we are not world leaders. We are professional leaders, above world leaders. Because if you do not do, they are failed. They do nothing. If I don't do project, you don't do project, what shall they do? Nothing. And above us are our human resources. Above us they are. Because if they do, we do. If they don't do, we don't do. Yes, you can replace them, that's different, but even then they are there. If my resources do not work for me, I fail myself. This point we have to understand. If my workers, my professional workers, my industrial workers do not work in industry, what shall industries do? What shall mechanical electrical engineers do? Nothing. This point we have to make in our mind that we are dependent on them. They are not dependent on us. This is called organizational analysis. What is an organization that we are talking of? This is called organizational analysis. And there's some water now. Sorry. So, organizational analysis if you analyze everything in your profession, everything, every act, every bad act, every good act, even your project charter, you analyze, you will find something new everywhere. You will innovate something and change that. I'm not saying theoretical change, I am saying change that can be practiced, change that can be done. That change. Those project managers, those professionals who can analyze this, they are called skilled professionals. This doesn't mean PMP or something, I'm not telling that. I am calling it a part of quality that we have to analyze everything. Analysis of project is in your hands. This is not in hands of others. And every active organization that requires to update their status, they listen to their organizers, they listen to their personnel, they listen to their managers, they listen to their engineer, they listen. And if they don't listen, you cannot say that they are active organizations, they are dead organizations, there is no future for them, they would die one day. Really speaking, they would die one day. I am not saying change your organization, not at all. There is no organization in fact. We draw some chart, organization chart, and that is a reflection what we have in mind. Okay, I am managing director, I am CEO or whatever I am. I think I have to do this, my people have to do this, I think it's okay, I make a chart of you do, and that's it. Is that enough? Is that enough? Point is that just deciding certain designations, certain job titles and keeping them a hierarchy of organization chart, shall it solve problem? No. This is just the beginning of problems. Because when you submit that chart, you don't have people. And even if you have people, those personnel, you have not analyzed them. You have not talked to each in detail. You have not worked out analysis of their CVs, because CVs are also all fabricated. So if CVs are fabricated, knowledge cannot be fabricated. What is the meaning of interview? What is the meaning of writing test? You conduct tests and interview both. After all, they are your people. They are going to work for your future. And if you can say recruit them on ill consideration or defective consideration, you think, can you be successful? Therefore, analysis is continuous. Analysis of all personnel is continuous. Every day, every person works and learns. Okay, I'm not saying you analyze them every week, but watch them, talk to them, meet with them. Just like you conduct coordination meeting and progress meeting and this meeting and that meeting, you conduct them personal meetings. Ask them what they can do for you. Maybe there's something which that person is not able to explain to you or express its views, what it can do. Even if you ask in writing, that person may not give. Because capability of a person, some person can write, some person can speak, and some person cannot do anything. So maybe that person is overestimated in that job, or underestimated there, undervalued there, overvalued. You have to representation that also. You have to re-understand that also. Why should I pay this person if that person not doing this job? Or why should I not pay more if that person does more? What's wrong with that? Ultimately, your destiny is job, your destiny is company's performance, and that person's destiny is that. It serve you. I'm sure more than 30% personnel in every organization are interested to work and progress in life. There are only 60-70% people who just want to keep as it is and live, just to live, just to survive. And those persons who are interested only in survival, it's waste of time to talk to them. There's no meaning to talk to them because they are only interested in ordinary life without having any enthusiasm degree to raise your company, your organization. So that's what I'm saying. Organization is very difficult to understand. You can show any number of people, you can show whatever number of personals, this department, that department, this department, that department, but you have to know performance also. I know that quality system had created many jobs like this, which were not required, but because of that system, people used to hire people. That was only provisional. Quantification, if you do that for that, you will not find requirement closed. Well, that's different case, but question is, when you're thinking of future of your organization and personal's organization and times to come in future, you will find all these differences that I am thinking for. I'm telling you, this management I'm talking to you is not ordinary management. This is beyond defined management. This is beyond defined management, and only those persons who can think, who experience that, they can talk about this, not those who have just passed management. They don't have experience, or even if they have experience in overlooking, or you can say not in professional way, they think of only financial data or achievements, then they're also superfluous in your organization. Because you cannot understand the meaning of finances if you don't have ground knowledge. And you only depend upon feedback and what feedback you get. That's not reliable as well. So that can be fabricated also. So those people are actually waste in organization. If you don't have professional knowledge and you want to rule on that knowledge, means there is no logic. If I want to rule being management person, and I know well no basis of what my company is doing, what my professional engineers are doing, I have no basis of that. And those, if you think that, oh no, we can decide on this, then I think it's not logical. It's not a professional development rule. Those people who involve themselves in professional work, only they can understand what's best for them. So what I say about this is, that's what I consider is actually quality, means how you impart quality with your project, your management, your organization. I am using management and organization both terms. Organization, I give higher value than management, because management is superfluous term, very old term. You should know this term. Either use it gender based, manage it gender based. Don't use it gender based. Personal, there's no other word suits this. We call replace it with organization. There's no harm in that. My organization thinking is different. Look, and that's reason only I value in my work the concrete. Because in civil engineering, or not only in civil engineering, even in structure in mechanical engineering or in electrical engineering, you will find everywhere concrete is used. All there's no project free of concrete, no project free of concrete. All over the world, in this way or in that way, directly or indirectly, you have to procure in major part of construction, and that is concrete, reliable concrete and reliability of concrete both. And as I said before also, reliability is equal to safety plus serviceability plus durability, and these three are very important factors. And those professionals, engineers or organizers who understand meaning of this reliability, they themselves become reliable. In fact, not only they understand reliability, they change their conduct. If those people who understand this definition, which is extracted from Euro codes, reliability is equal to safety plus serviceability and plus durability. These people are, when once they understand, they will change themselves. If they really understand reliability of concrete or reliability of material or reliability of design or reliability of conception or reliability of organization or reliability of whatsoever, means do start something, if it's successful, value it again and again do that and do that and do that. That's called reliable. It's you are going to rely, you are going to do it again and again and again and again. And once you do many times, maybe you find some more discovery on that, some more revealing parts of that, research on that, and will further improve that. Add values to that means your original system, after using reliability, shall be further improved and then further improved and then further improved. So you will have many ways. And if you do that yourself by observations of results and analysis of results, actually you are improving yourself. You are changing that yourself. What associates improvement? That's improvement because you are accepting there was an error or omission or ignorance, or you can say lapse of some application. So you are improving that. And that is called lessons learned. And we learn lessons every day. Lessons of from human resources, and lessons from maintenance of machines, and lessons for procurement of material, and lessons for delivery of materials, and many other aspects of profession. It's very small, I'm just telling you. Even books can be written on that, but there's no use of writing books. It's waste of time these days. It's not question of royalty, you get or don't get. The question is, if people are not interested, if people have changed their habits, means I'm finding people are not book worth nowadays, and these books are just for sake of shelf value, or else nobody has time to do, because technology of IT is so fast that everything is available. Yes, there are chances of 50% misinformation, but even when you understand what's right, what's wrong, you can discover, you will find information surfing and find that. That's what management is all about. I've taken much time on that. And what I would say, organize, don't worry. You will learn, simply I should say that. Learn, think and think and think. That is your job. Engineer means one who thinks and does. There is no other meaning of engineer. If you can think. If you can work. If you can improve. If you can optimize, and if you can change it. It should work, perform. It should change from project to operation. It should give value to people. And then you can say that your mind is customized to engineering. That's what engineering is. That is what engineering is. Engineer means think, analyze, check, and find best and do it. Plan, do, check, and act. If you understand that, Engineering is for you, and you use engineering for yourself. You make better projects, you make better person. That's what I say. Now I'll go to important subject we talked yesterday also and now also, and that is concrete. Concrete means solid, concrete means life, concrete means building, concrete means road, concrete means towers, concrete means powerhouses, concrete means airport, concrete means whole world. Concrete, one word, and it has grasped whole system. Concrete. So we are going to talk, as yesterday we talked about concrete, and that is what I say about concrete file. And that file, as I understand, this is what's that concrete? Oh, sorry, it's okay. So this section 5 concrete. In this page, I'll go to 150, I think. Let's go back to 150. Let me go to 150 directly to see what's there. So I am going to penetrative primer, waterproof membrane. I think we talked about it yesterday. Waterproof membrane we talked yesterday. This is now penetrative primer. So, protective application. So I was talking of waterproofing membrane. Waterproofing, I'll repeat from that one, so we all have so no problem at all. This is waterproofing membrane, and I yes, OPEX coating was over. This was also over. Let me start from waterproofing membrane itself is better, just for sake of repetition. Waterproof 14 waterproofing membrane. It is section 5 of Qatar specifications, and what we call it. See, we talked last time. I talked about this waterproofing. We talked a lot on concrete yesterday, and many protective measures on surfaces of concrete, horizontal, vertical as well, and what is concrete, how it's done, how it's tested, hardened concrete, and protective measures on that we talked at length. We talked this yesterday, and in depth we talked technicalities of properties. We talked in depth. And that's where yesterday also I found an activity here. Now I'm continuing where I left yesterday, and that was surface protection. Again, I'm telling you, this concrete, you must understand by mind and by heart. Because without concrete, there can be no civil engineer, to be very frank. This is not brickwork time. This is not 1940s, 1930s, and there was no concrete. It's 2020, and when I was young, I studied my engineering at that time. It was RCC, and that too not limited state but working stress making designs, and now it's limited state as well, limited state of serviceability and limited state of collapse. You know difference between two. If you are an engineer, you know that one says that your project, your building, your structure should work successfully. There should serve successfully. I mean to say, work is okay. It should work successfully. It should provide you safe service, and it should provide you service that can be accepted without any problems. That service with, no visible deflection or cracks, or you can say no distortions. It should be same as seen in beginning, and when you use it, there should be no cracking, no, you can say, changing dimension as such. It should stay safe. It should not go to another stage, or you can say second degree, you can say deformations. It should be in your linear position. It should be in your, just like you can say, elastic limit, in fact you can say like that. Means it should not go to plastic range. It should be near servicing only. You cannot expect any collapse of that concrete in that type of range, and that's called limit state of serviceability. Means it should serve. And other one is, I'm just telling you common sense. I'm not telling you in details of that because you are not all engineers. Other one is that it should be stressed that much that it enters from elastic line, elastic range to plastic range, where it acts like plastic and loses its strength to a point where you can say it is just going to collapse. That stage, it can collapse there, and that is called ultimate stress on that. So these are two differences in that. Generally, we use elastic serviceability methods, or you can say limit state of serviceability, which is best one for all projects. But those projects which are different, one emergency, some project where there is requirement, we can economize also to do something else. I'm not going to discuss that here because that's a very expensive part, and that relates to codification codes, Euro codes and all that, which I'm not going to talk in public because it's no use, people can't understand that. But engineers know it. So when I say we are in a world of limit serviceability, where service is important, then collapse is what we should do. If my project does that, it's good for me. But it's far better than working stress, because in that there was a set standards, means you could not go beyond that. But here we have different you can say support, you can say we think of theory as well as material, not exclusively material. That's why I say concrete is a different world these days. We all know that. It's very solid, it's adjustable, and this works only when it is implemented accordingly. If we can't implement that, this means we lose something. We are not in that spherical world, in that professional world where expertise is needed, Expertise does not mean what we know everything. This means we know how to use best. If my structure fails during use, this means there is something wrong. There was some error done by someone, either by designer or by prosecutor. If error is done by designer, that can be checked from designs. But generally, it's rare that designers commit mistakes because these days software support them. They are not independent without softwares. Yes, they know, but ultimately they depend on softwares. Generally, it is seen that due to lack of controls, temporary work controls or permanent work controls, accidents do happen, structures do collapse, quality missing, values missing, supervision missing, or expertise missing, and works are done. That leads to failure of structures. And it happens everywhere. Buildings fail during working. When we are erecting buildings, they fail. Bridges fail. And later on, after buildings are done, after some time they fail. Due to sinking of foundations, due to tilting of bases, or due to whatever reasons. These are not hidden items. These are known items, known secrets. Concrete, as far as I understand, is not a cheating material. It's not a cheating material. Because what we understand about concrete is plain, it's clear. It works. It doesn't cheat anybody until we play with this. I talked at length about concrete, and yesterday we did about waterproofing membrane. We talked about waterproof membrane. We say waterproofing, I explained about that, what is waterproofing, why it's required, what's the purpose of that. We no need to explain again and again. Now waterproofing membrane says, again I repeat, because it was done yesterday, so just for superficial you can say, just for overlapping that I say, generally subpart covers use of waterproof membrane for general protection to buried concrete. This is buried concrete means concrete below ground. Buried concrete means concrete below ground where surfaces of concrete are in contact of soil or earth. Where indicated on drawings or directed by engineer, concrete in contact with ground shall be protected by a preformed flexible self-adhesive bituminous type membrane, and laying, lapping and sealing of membrane shall be in accordance with manufacturer's instructions. Now materials, that we can say, materials shall be an externally applied waterproof membrane. Externally applied fibers. So where laying, lapping and sealing of membrane shall be in accordance with manufacturer's instructions, and that we have to understand instruction, because of this is proprietary material, this is not general material, this is warranted material. There's some guarantee on this. It is not blank of guarantee, and this is warranty. Applicator has to apply this, and manufacturer has to guarantee its duration, its working life. So it, you can say, it's not ordinary material, it's material under warranty, and usually 10 years warranty we can say in this case. So this material is important one. So how it should be done? It should be conducted or carried out. It should be carried out according to manufacturer's method statements or instructions. We call it manufacturer's instructions. We cannot defy those instructions. Now materials, as material shall be an extremely applied waterproof membrane, shall be impervious, means no, means water cannot pass through this, and cold applied flexible laminated sheet consisting of multi-layer high density cross laminated polythene poly polyethylene sorry laminated polyethylene, not polythene, polyethylene film with a backing of self-adhesive rubber bituminous compound are protected with silicone coated release. So I repeat this: material shall be an externally applied waterproof membrane, shall be in the previous one impervious cold applied flexible laminated sheet consisting of multi-layer high density cross laminated polyethylene film with a backing of self-adhesive rubber bitumen compound protected with silicone coated release paper. Now primer for sheet membrane, as recommended by manufacturer of sheet membrane, which primer we have to use, that one we have to use. Maybe same manufacturer supplies primer also. Now protection board, provide a minimum 6 mm thick asphalt, 6 mm thick asphalt protection board, manufactured from selected aggregates, bound in modified bitumen encased between two layers of strengthened asphalt paper. Bituminous material shall be minimum of n mm thick, and membrane shall be capable of bridging cracks with width in subset of up to 0.6 mm. Waterproof membrane material shall be suitable for use in Gulf region. Compounds shall be specially formulated for hot climate and shall have proven experience in Middle East. Now, waterproofing material shall conform to standards as given below. Table 14.1a. I just repeat, yesterday I talked of this waterproofing membrane properties requirements. There are three columns: property, standards, and value. So elongation film is ASTM day 638. Its longitudinal is 210% and transverse is 160% value. Then tear resistance is ASTM D1004, longitudinal 340 MPa and transverse is 310 MPa. Then adhesion to prime concrete is ASTM D1000 and 1.8 MPa, and elongation compound ASTM D1000 and 1.8 MPa, and puncture resistance is ASTM E154 220 Newton over 65 mm, and water resistance is ASTM D570 after 24 hours 0.14%, after 35 days 0.95%. Environmental resistance is ASTM D543, and moisture evapotranspiration rate is ASTM E96 0.3 gram per meter square 24 hours, and minimum thickness is 1 meter. Application: waterproofing membrane placed on vertical concrete faces shall be protected by preformed asphalt board. This waterproofing membrane placed on vertical concrete faces shall be protected by preformed asphalt board, and then board shall be bonded onto position with high quality solvent, bond contact adhesive based on polychloroprene rubber. Contractor shall coordinate installation of waterproof membrane with flow drains equipment bases and other adjacent work and mask adjacent work to prevent soil marks. Areas where waterproofing is applied shall be protected from all traffic and where necessary backfilling all damages to finished portions of waterproofing membrane shall be either repaired or replaced or both in a manner acceptable to engineer. Now penetrative primer. Penetrative primer. Now system shall be a penetrating hydrophobic treatment that protects concrete from both water and chloride intrusion. Means protection of concrete from water and chloride intrusion while permitting water vapor transmission. Treatment shall significantly reduce absorption of water and water-borne salts by allowing transmission of water vapor from substrata. Now treatment shall not produce any discoloration of substrata and shall have excellent resistance to weathering. Material shall be a low viscosity silane-siloxane system. Low viscosity silane-siloxane system which penetrates deeply into porous substrata and reacts to produce a bonded hydrophobic lining to pores. Material shall be resistant to petrol, oil and atmospheric contaminants and such as car exhaust, fumes and industrial exhaust. Surface preparation. Surface shall be dry, free from oil and grease, loose particles and decayed matter, algae growth and curing compounds. Then if concrete surface is newly cast and has a very smooth finish, surface shall be roughened by sand or grit blasting, water blasting or some mechanical means. Engineer shall decide this means of preparation is required. Now moss or algae growth on surface shall be removed using as proprietary fungicidal wash in accordance with manufacturer's recommendations. Concrete finishing required shall be completed before application of treatment. Cracks of width greater than 0.2 mm shall be filled in accordance with manufacturer's recommendations. Now application. Unless directed otherwise by engineer, treatment shall be applied a minimum period of 24 hours after wet curing period and shall be surface dry. Conductor shall carry out tests to verify depth of penetration of material. Those tests shall be carried out on specimens of actual mixed design and shall use colored dyes to trace penetration of material. Now, where fine cracking has occurred in concrete at a width not greater than 0.3 mm for reinforced concrete and 0.2 mm for water retaining structure, an additional 4-step course of treatment shall be applied before main treatment. Application of material on surfaces. Application of material on surfaces shall be by a low pressure spray. Application of material on surfaces shall be by A low pressure spray direct from can under no circumstances should thinning of material be carried out. Rate of application shall ensure that surface is completely saturated. Impregnated coating Impregnated coating shall be applied to two or more flood coats. Each flood coat shall be a minimum of 4 liters per meter square. The material shall be applied strictly in accordance with manufacturer's instruction and as follows. Material shall be appointed by a fine nozzle spray. Material shall be applied by a fine nozzle spray. Application will not be permitted when ambient air temperature is about 35 degrees Celsius or it is windy condition. Surface shall be cleaned by a stiff brush or compressed air to remove air all loose deposits. Concrete to be treated shall be surface dry for a minimum period of 24 hours before impregnation. Now membranes, joint sealers and cast in concrete ancillaries shall be masked off before treatment. Application shall be made by saturation flooding. Interval between applications shall be at least 6 hours. Treated areas shall be protected from seawater and rain for 6 hours after treatment. Protective covering. General. Coating system shall be used for protective of new and existing reinforced concrete structures against carbonation or chloride induced corrosion. System shall comprise of a penetration or penetrating reactive primer and an acrylic polymer top coat system to minimize ingress of active gases, chlorides and water. Then surface preparation. Before application, all surfaces must be dry and free from oil, grease, loose particles, decayed member, moss or algae, growth and general curing compounds. All such contamination and latent must be removed by use of grid blasting. All such contamination and latent must be removed by use of grid blasting, high pressure water jetting or equivalent mechanical means. Before proceeding to apply protective coatings, all surfaces which are not to be coated but which may be affected by application of coating shall be fully masked and in particular flora and fauna shall be protected. Blowholes and areas of fitting shall be made good with a 1 part modified cementitious material and allowed to cure in accordance with manufacturer's recommendation. In particular, application shall be in accordance with manufacturer's recommendations with respect to maximum applicable application thickness. Material. Now, materials are required to provide in-depth protection. Metals are required to provide in-depth protection against carbonation and chloride penetration, whilst permitting water vapor transmission from concrete. Primer shall be low viscosity, silane, siloxane, siloxane system which penetrates deeply into porous surface substrata and reacts to produce a bonded hydrophobic lining to pores. Material employed for coating shall comply with following requirements. Wet film thickness 400 micrometers. Dry film thickness 200 micrometer. Carbon dioxide diffusion resistance, that is Tywood engineering laboratories, R value at 325 microns is greater than 161 meters. R value, okay. Then water vapor transmission, that's against Tywood engineering laboratories, shall be more than 13 gram per meter square day. Reduction in chloride ion penetration. Reduction in chloride ion penetration, BS1881 part 1 to 4, 94% minimum at 28 day. Then tear resistance ASTM TD6 to 4, 753 Newton kilonewton. Then the tear resistance ASTM D6 to 4, 7.3 kilonewton per meter square, and cracking bridging VRE method. Then check crack bridging VRE method. Okay, then crack bridging VRE method, 5.1 mm and chloride ion diffusion, Tywood Engineering Laboratories 3.63 into 10 to the power minus 10 centimeter square per second. Where test methods are not specified, procedure for establishing compliance with above criteria shall be agreed with engineer. Now, contractor is required to adhere strictly to manufacturer's recommendations. Regarding use, storage, application and power thereof. And you can say chloride ion diffusion, Tywood Engineering Laboratories 3.63 into 10 to the power minus 10 centimeters square per second. Now, where test methods are not specified, procedures for establishing compliance with above criteria shall be agreed with the engineer. And then contractor is required to adhere strictly to manufacturer's recommendations regarding use, storage, application and safety rules in respect of approved materials. Now, application. More water. application. Where required by engineer, trial pits are not exposed in finished work. Where required by engineer, trial areas not exposed in finished work shall first be treated using selected materials. Trial areas not exposed. Okay. These trial areas shall be noted on drawings and shall be carried out using type of materials, mixing procedures and applications that will used on contract and shall be approved by engineer before contractor commences with general work. Again I am repeating that where required by engineer, trial areas not exposed in finished work shall first be treated using selected materials. These trial areas be noted on drawings and carried out using type of materials, mixing procedures and applications that be used on contract and be approved by engineer before contractor commences with general work. Exposed concrete surfaces as defined in documents or as agreed with engineers shall be conditioned by application of penetrating hydrophobic treatment. Primer shall be allowed to dry in accordance with manufacturer's requirements. Contractor shall then apply 2 coats of pigmented top coat in accordance with manufacturer's instruction. Finished coating shall be pinhole. Finished coating shall be pinhole free and have a total minimum dry film thickness of 150 micrometer. Color finish to be as agreed with engineer. This is what it is now. Now we are going, coating shall be applied by spray, roller or brush to achieve a finish acceptable to engineer. In all operations of storage, mixing and application, contractor shall comply with health and safety recommendations of manufacturer and governing authorities. Plastic sheet liner for concrete structures. Plastic sheet liner for concrete structures. Now, this support covers supply and installation of sheet liners in reinforced concrete structures. Liner must be continuous and free of pinholes, both across joints and in liner itself. All work for and in connection with installation of lining of concrete pipe and structure and field sealing and welding of joints will be done in strict conformity with all applicable specifications, instructions and recommendations of lining manufacturer. Now shop drawings and submittals. Contractor shall submit to engineer for approval following drawings. In liner schedule, material certification, test results, material samples, and manufacturer of the lining will submit an affidavit attesting to successful use of material as lining for sewer pipes and structures for a minimum period of 5 years in service conditions recognized as corrosive or otherwise detrimental to concrete. Manufacturer of lining will submit an affidavit attesting to successful use of its material as a lining for sewer pipes and structures for a minimum period of 5 years in service conditions recognized as corrosive or otherwise detrimental to concrete. Liner material requirements. Now, sheet liner shall be manufactured from high molecular weight PVC or PE resin. Liner material shall be manufactured from high molecular weight PVC or polyethylene PE resin and other components necessary to make a material of permanent flexibility suitable for a liner in concrete pipes and structures in sewage services. Weld strips and joint strips shall be made from like material. For PVC and PE sheet liners, actual resin used in manufacture must constitute not less than 99% of resin used in formulation. Copolymer resins will not be permitted. All plastic sheets, including locking, extensions, all joints and welding strips, shall be free from cracks, asperities and other defects that may affect protective properties of material. Properties of PVC and PE are shown below. What are these? Protective treatment for concrete. This is table 14.2. Properties of PVC and PE sheet liners. Let's see what are these. Property is first column, test method in second column, and the requirement is in third column. So PVC, one is PVC and then PE. PVC is elongation at break and tensile strength and low temperature brittleness. This is for both. So PVC elongation at break is according to ASTM D638/882. This is 300%, that is elongation at break. Tensile strength ASTM D638-412 15 MPa, and low temperature brittleness is ASTM D746 is 0 degree Celsius. Now PE elongation at break, same, that is ASTM D638-882. It is exceeds 600%. Because it double than PVC, as polyethylene. Now, tensile strength ASTM D638-412. This is 10 to 20 MPa. So we see just 15 MPa in PVC. In PE it is 10 to 20 MPa. And low temperature brittleness ASTM D746 minus 75 degrees Celsius, and air was 0 degrees Celsius. Lot of difference in low temperature and PE. So this is low temperature brittleness is minus 75 degrees Celsius. So plastic sheet liner step properties. Except at shop welds, all plastic sheet liners and strips shall have properties shown in table 14.3 with tested at 25 degrees Celsius. Plastic sheets liner strip properties. Now, properties of plastic sheet liner strip property and requirement. There's two columns, and tensile strength, elongation of break showed durometer and weight change. There are 4 points. One is property, one is tensile strength. It is usually 15 MPa and plastic sheet liner, and elongation at break is 200%, and sure durometer is 1s 50 to 60 plus minus 5 with respect to 10 seconds 35 to 50 plus minus 5, and then weight change is plus minus 1.5% weight change. Now basic sheet dimensions. Minimum thickness of materials shall be as shown in table 14.4. Plastic sheet liner. minimum dimensions. Alright, now see basic sheet dimensions. Minimum thickness of material shall be as shown in table 14 plastic sheet liner minimum dimensions. This is material thickness and structure is material thickness actually reverses. Sheet with locking extension. Sheet with locking extension should be 4 mm. Sheet plane should be 2.3 mm. Joint strip should be 1.9 mm and weld strip 2.4 mm. In liner details. Liner details. Now locking extensions, that is T-shaped locking extensions, shall be of same materials as that of liner and surface. Alright, now liner is locking extensions IT shape shall be of same materials as that of liner and shall be integrally extruded with sheet. Locking extensions in here. Locking extensions T shape shall be of same material as that of liner and shall be integrally extruded with sheet. Locking extensions shall be approximately 65 mm apart and be at least 10 mm high. Sheet not used for shop fabrication into larger sheets shall be shop tested for pinholes using an electric spark tester. Electric spark tester set at 9000 volt per 1 mm thickness of lining minimum holes and be repeated and tested. Now we go to this last sheet not used for shop fabrication into larger sheets. Sheet not used for shop fabrication in larger sheets shall be shop tested for pinholes using an electric spark tester set at 9000 volt per 1 mm thickness of lining minimum. Alright, now you go to installation part of this liner. That's also important part. We are on page 151, 205. I take some water before we go further. Let me put this also on. Now it's the installation. No problem. It doesn't come with water. Installation of lining, including preheating of sheets in cold weather and this welding of all joints. Installation of lining, including preheating of sheets in cold weather and welding of all joints, shall be performed in accordance with recommendations of manufacturers. Lining to be held snugly in place against inner forms by means of steel bending straps or other means recommended by manufacturer. Concrete that is to be poured against lining. Concrete that is to be poured against lining shall be vibrated, spaded and compacted in a careful manner. Concrete that is to be poured against lining shall be vibrated, spaded or compacted in a careful manner to protect lining and produce a dense, homogeneous concrete securely anchoring locking extensions into concrete. Removing forms care shall be taken to protect lining from damage in particular. A sharp instrument not to be used to pry forms from line surface. Forms from line surface. When forms are removed, any nails that remains in lining to be pulled without tearing lining and resulting holes clearly marked. From tie holes to marked before. Ties are broken off and all areas of serious abrasion of damage shall be marked. All nails and tie holes and all cut, torn and seriously abraded areas in lining shall be patched as follows. Patches made entirely with welding strip to be fused to liner over entire patch area. Larger patches may consist of smooth liner sheet applied over damaged area with adhesive. All edges must be covered with welding strip fused to patch and sound lining adjoining damaged areas. Hot joint compounds such as coal tar shall not be poured or applied to line. Now contractor shall take all necessary measures to prevent damage to installed lining from equipment and materials used in or taken through work. Testing requirements. Samples taken from sheet joints or weld strips shall be tested to determine material properties. Sample taken from sheets, points or welds shall be tested to determine material properties. Determination of tensile strength and elongation shall be in accordance with in accordance with ASTM D412 using die B. Now determination of identification hardness shall be in accordance with ASTM D2240 using a type D 0 meter. Accept that a single thickness of material and indentation hardness shall be made on 15 mm by 75 mm specimen. Thickness of specimen shall be thickness of sheet or strip. Now, measurement of initial physical properties for tensile strength, weight, elongation, and indentation hardness shall be determined before chemical resistance test. So measurement of initial physical properties, tensile strength, weight, elongation, and indentation hardness shall be determined before chemical resistance test. Chemical resistance test shall be carried out to determine physical properties. Chemical resistance test shall be carried out to determine physical properties of specimen after exposure to chemical solutions. Test specimen shall be conditioned to constant heat of 43 degrees Celsius before and after submersion in solution detailed in table 14.5 for a period of 112 day 25 plus minus 3 degrees Celsius. Now, volumetric percentage of concentrated reagents of CP grade. Now, volumetric percentages of concentrated reagents of CP grade at 28-day interval. At 28-day intervals, specimens shall be removed from each chemical solution and tested. If any specimen fails to meet 112-day exposure, material will be subject to rejection. Now, pull test for locking extension. Pull test for locking extension. Liner locking extension embedded in concrete shall withstand a test pull of at least 18 kN per meter. Applied perpendicularly to concrete surface for a period of 1 minute without rupture of locking extension or withdrawal from embedment. Test shall be made at temperature between 21 and 27 degrees inclusive. Then shop welding joints used to fuse individual sections of liner. Now, shop welding joints used to fuse individual section of liner together shall be at least equal to minimum requirement of liner for thickness. Corrosion resistance and impermeability. Weld shall show no cracks or separations and be tested for tensile strength. Tensile strength measured across welded joints in accordance with ASTM D412 using die B shall be at least 15 MPa. Test temperature shall be 23 plus minus 3 degrees Celsius and measured minimum width and thickness of reduced section shall be used. Spark test. All liners shall be shop tested for holes holds with a spark test. Set to provide from 15,000 to 20,000 volts. Sheets having holes shall be satisfactorily repaired in shop before shipment from manufacturer's plant. Contractor shall provide engineer with certified copies of test reports before shipment of product to site. Now, chemical resistance test, that is 14.5 table, chemical solution and concentration. Now, sulfuric acid is 20%, sodium hydroxide is 5%, ammonium hydroxide is 5%, nitric acid is 1%, ferric chloride is 1%, soap is 0.1%, detergent, liner, alkyl, benzyl sulfonate or LAS, that is detergent, linear, alkyl, benzyl. Detergent is linear, alkyl, benzyl sulfonate or LAS, 0.1%. Bacteriological, that is BOD not less than 700 kg per liter, and phosphoric acid 50%. Now, a special requirement, liner sheet to be closely fitted and properly secured to inner forms. Liner sheet to be closely fitted and properly secured to inner forms. Sheets that are to be cut to fit curved and warped surfaces shall use a minimum number of separate pieces. A 50 mm boiled water resistant tape, or welding strip shall be welded on back of butt joints to prevent wet concrete from flowing around edges. Unless otherwise shown on drawings, lining will be returned at least 75 mm at surface of contact between concrete structure and item not concrete. And A, same procedure shall be followed at joints where type of protective lining is changed or a new work is built to join existing unlined concrete. At each return, returned liner will be sealed to item in contact with plastic lined concrete with an adhesive system. If liner cannot be sealed with this adhesive because of joint at return being too wide or rough, or because of safety regulations, joint space shall be densely caulked with lead wool or other approved caulking material to a depth of 50 mm and finish with a minimum of 25 mm of an approved corrosion resistant material. Joints in lining for in situ concrete structures, field joints and lining at joints shall be free of all mortar and other foreign materials and be clean and dry before joints are made. All welding is to be in strict conformance with specifications of lining manufacturer. Testing and repairing damaged surfaces. All surfaces covered with lining, including welds, will be tested with an approved electrical holiday detector with instruments set to 9,000 volts V per 90 volts per 1 millimeter of lining minimum. All welds shall be physically tested by a non-destructive probing method. All patches, overhauls or liner repairs to liner whatever damage has occurred. Each transverse weld strips which extends to a lower edge of liner shall be tested by an approved testing agency at cost of contractor. Welds strip will extend 50 below liner to provide a tab. A 5 kg pull will be applied to each tab. Force will be applied normal to face of structure by means of a spring balance. Liner adjoining welding strip will be held against concrete during application of force. 5 kg pull will be maintained if a weld failure develops until no further separation occurs. Defective welds shall be retested after repairs have been made. Tabs shall be trimmed away neatly by installer of liner after welding strip has passed inspection. Inspection shall be made within 2 days after joints have been completed in order to prevent tearing, projecting, weld, strip and consequent damage to liner from equipment and material used in or taking through work. Now I will go to discuss hot weather concrete. Just a minute please, I am coming back. There is some problem with electrical. So let me see how to solve that. There is the high wind also moving now. So just a minute please, just a minute. Electricity supply has gotten, so what to do? Oh my God, where did this happen? So regularly it's happening. 24 hours Modi supply. This is 24 hours supply. Every day light goes off. In morning it happens, in daytime as well. Rubbish management. Charging a lot and serving nothing. This is government of Modi. Government of Modi. Nonsense government. What to do? What to say about these people? Doing nothing, only chanting, chanting and chanting. Well, we continue. This is concrete and we have to continue. This is, hot weather concrete, which is very common all over the world, actually in hot countries. So this is page 154, 205 and section 5, hot weather concrete part 15. In this index is, you can say, contents are general. In general there is scope, reference and scope reference. Before that I'll give you again this very important part which I forgot, and that is, what to do, I don't know what to do for this concrete. Yes, I have to give this concrete here. This for information I'm talking of concrete, and this is now concrete is I'm talking of hot weather concrete. Concrete. Concrete, this is hot weather and generally It's it's conducted in every country who are not cold countries except West countries, I think. West Americans, Europe, generally where it's cold, but in all Middle East, Gulf, Libya, Iraq, Bharat, India, and many other countries, it's hot weather concrete, you can say, and hot weather concrete or cold weather concrete. Ultimately, there's no difference except maintenance of temperature and curing. So, concrete is concrete. We have to understand from that point of view, temperature range and way of curing, and that's what is required now. So, hot weather concrete. We should move further and now say, of course, there's no light, but what to do? Light is not available at this moment, so I should say, let's move further. Hot weather concrete, and that is scope. This is in general scope, reference, definition of hot weather, system description, submittals, and then placing temperature, and then placing concreting, mix design, and then temperature controls. In temperature controls, we have general, aggregates, water, and cement, addition of ice, liquid nitrogen, batching and mixing, transportation, placing and finishing, curing and protection, inspection and testing. And then it is hot weather concrete. Now we say to start this general, to start with this hot weather concrete. This part covers precautions to be taken or to be resorted to for hot weather concreting for all structural concrete except blinding concrete, where a minimum compressive strength is specified. Now related sections and parts are as follows. This section, part 6, there's a property requirements. Part 7 is concrete plants. Part 8 is transportation and placing of concrete, and part 10 is curing. Then references. References: ACI, American Concrete Institute, ACI 305R-91, American Concrete Institute, hot weather concrete. Then ASTM C1064, it's American Standard of Testing Materials, measuring temperature of concrete. And then British Standards EN 1992-1-1, and that's Eurocode 2, design of concrete structures, general rules and rules for buildings. BSEN 480, that is admixtures for concreting, admixture for concrete, mortar and grout test methods, and BSE 9EN 934, admixtures for concrete, mortar and grout. Now definition of hot weather. Now let's see what's that. The requirement of following clauses means the requirement of these clauses of specification are applicable during hot weather period of concrete. Now, good, light is back. Good, okay, it's back. Like this. So thanks light, come back, okay. So we can comfortably move. The requirements of following clauses of specification are applicable during the hot weather period in Qatar. So let us say Gulf, so Qatar here because specifications are from Qatar. So this is actually for whole Middle East, including our country also, Bharat, India, because same type of weather in hot. If you say May, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, only November, December, January, February are different. March, same are different in Middle East also, except that is a huge humidity. Here in Bharat we don't have that much. Yeah, the hot weather period shall be defined as starting when maximum ambient air shade temperature is on site that exceeds 35 degrees Celsius. That's important here. It is getting to be raining sometime, no problem. Hot weather period shall be defined. Let us define like that. Starting when maximum ambient air shade temperature on site exceeds 35 degrees, that is shade temperature, not sun I'm talking. Shade exceeds 35 degrees Celsius for 3 consecutive days, not one day, 3 sequential days. Say it is today 35, it should be tomorrow 35, it should be then after day after tomorrow 35. That's called 35, and that you can say that is that temperature in shade. End of hot weather period is defined as that period when maximum air shade temperature is below 35 degrees Celsius on 3 consecutive days. So that is end of hot air period. A contractor shall establish a thermometer on site that records ambient air shade temperature. Thermometer shall be established at a position to provide a representative air temperature. Thermometer shall be established at a position to provide representative air temperature for site condition. If requested by engineer, contractor shall arrange calibration of site thermometer. Now hot weather shall mean combination of following conditions. Hot weather means whatever combinations of following conditions we will define. The tends to impair quality of freshly mixed or hardened concrete by accelerating rate of moisture loss and rate of cement hydration, or otherwise causing detrimental results such as, now again I say, what is that? These people will not understand, they will not understand, not to disturb my person. Okay, but that's now. Hot weather means combination of following, whatever combination, either combination of following conditions that tend to impair quality of freshly mixed or hardened concrete by accelerating rate of moisture loss and rate of cement hydration, or otherwise causing detrimental results such as high ambient temperature when shade temperature is above 40 degrees Celsius. So we accepted 35, but now it's 40, so it is high ambient temperature. It is 40 degrees Celsius on a rising thermometer and is 43 degrees Celsius on a falling thermometer. High concrete temperature, low relative humidity, high wind speed, rate of evaporation exceeds 0.75, my mistake, rate of evaporation exceeds 0.75 kilogram per meter square per hour. So these are 5 points, it's very important points. Let us say what are these. Temperature, high ambient temperature when shade temperature is above 40 degrees, that's called high ambient temperature, and on a rising thermometer and which is falling thermometer, that is 43 degrees Celsius. High concrete temperature, I am not talking about shade temperature, high concrete temperature. Low relative humidity, and high wind speed, and rate of evaporation exceeds 0.75 kilogram. 0.75 kilogram is 750 gram per meter square per hour. Per meter square 750 gram per hour. That is rate of evaporation. Now system description. These points we have to keep in mind now. It's a system description. I think light shall go because I think weather is getting bad again. So we have to be careful. Let me go and see what type of wind is there on that piece. So sorry to disturb you. Let me see, let me assess. I have to close my window or keep it open. Weather turns and then apply closing or opening window because I'm sitting on third floor and second floor, sorry. Through my window I'm seeing tree limbs are waving like this. So let's say system description. Now we have these 5 conditions. This is 40 degrees shade temperature or 40 degrees on rising and 40 degrees on falling temperature. Then you can say high concrete temperature, low humidity, and whatever this, which these conditions were, that high wind speed and also evaporation exceeds 750 gram per meter square per hour or 0.75 kilogram per meter square per hour. Now system description says contractors shall undertake hot weather concreting procedures. Contractors shall undertake hot weather concreting procedures that are efficient, that are effective. In that case, I think I should put off disturbing weather. What to do? Sorry, this is disturbing weather. I should put off window so that it doesn't affect my friends are working, so no problem. Sorry, I'm disturbing. Okay, now I'm saying is there was sometime. Now contractors shall undertake hot weather concreting procedures that are effective in controlling following potential problems associated with concreting in hot weather. Increase water demand of mix. What is that? These are hot weather concreting procedures that are effective in controlling following potential problems associated with concreting in hot weather. And there's increased water demand of mix, increased rate of slump loss, and increased rate of setting, increased tendency for plastic shrinkage cracking, and increased tendency for plastic shrinkage cracking, and decreased long-term strength, increased tendency for drying shrinkage and cracking, increased tendency for differential set thermal effects with consequent cracking, and decreased durability from cracking where there is increased permeability. These are very much technical points, about 8-9 points, I think. 8 points, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? Parameters. These are in the direct effect on concrete, wet concrete and hot set concrete. So one is that water demand is increased. Water demand for concrete is increased because of these high weather concreting procedures. When the high weather, high temperature concrete, high temperature weather means your water demand of concrete is increased. And slump loss, rate of slump loss means slump, increased rate of slump loss means water demand of increased rate of slump loss and rate of setting and tendency of plastic shrinkage, cracking and long-term decrease in strength and tendency increasing tendency for drying shrinkage and cracking and increased tendency for differential thermal effect with consequent cracking. Now decreased durability from cracking where there is increased permeability. Decreased durability from cracking where there is increased permeability. These points we have to address for high temperature weather concrete. We have to see how to do that. Now for submittals, a contractor shall prepare weekly in advance his proposed concrete program showing quantities to be placed and anticipated placing hours. At least 1 month before start of hot weather period, contractor shall submit specific proposals for control of concrete temperature for constituent materials, the cement, water and aggregates. Where required, contractor shall submit to engineer proposals for use of liquid nitrogen, versus where required, contractor shall submit to engineer proposals for use of liquid nitrogen for cooling, which shall include details of previous project application and intended methods to be used and quantities of liquid nitrogen. Here liquid nitrogen for cooling is referred. Now placing temperature. A subpart of specification applies at all times of year and at all times of day. A maximum fresh concrete temperature at placement shall not exceed 32 degrees Celsius. At placement, maximum fresh concrete temperature at placement shall not exceed 32 degrees Celsius. 32 degrees Celsius, unless construction testing verify the proposed concrete mixture will function satisfactorily at a concrete temperature greater than 32 degrees Celsius, no concrete shall be placed if concrete temperature is above 35 degrees Celsius. Concrete shall not be placed if shade temperature exceeds 40 degrees Celsius. Now temperature of each truck of concrete shall be measured using either a glass, dial type or electronic thermometer just before placing of concrete and temperature recorded on delivery ticket. Maximum temperature at placing shall apply to entire load of concrete in truck or conveyor. Contractor shall allow for increase in concrete temperature in period from dispatch from plant, while in transportation or whilst waiting placement on site, and take adequate measures to ensure maximum temperature is not exceeded. Now, planning concrete. During hot weather period, as defined in clause 15.1.3, right. Now, right on this, right. I'm saying no. Alright. Now, during hot weather period is defined in clause 15.1.3 of this part. Contractor shall plan concreting operations such that no concreting takes place, no concreting is done between hours of 10 hours of 10 to 17 hours, between 10 to 17 hours. Between 10 to 17 hours means 10 hours we can say in morning, around 10 to 5 o'clock or 5 hours or 17 hours in evening, you can say during increased temperature. Contractor shall arrange concrete pours such that program of works can be achieved without concreting during period from 10 in morning to 17 hours. In this period, if you do not concrete, it's better. A contractor shall nominate one member of staff to be coordinator for supply of concrete. Coordinator's responsibilities shall include ensuring batched rate. Ensuring batched rate matches that of delivery. Alright, so says contractor shall nominate one member of staff to be coordinator for supply of concrete. Coordinator's responsibilities shall include ensuring batch rate matches that of delivery, and permanent and preparations needed before commencing a concrete pour. Now, mixed design. Mixed design. In hot weather period, contractor shall review all concrete mixed designs. In hot weather period, contractors shall review all concrete mixed designs to ensure that design slump or workability specified is achieved without increase in mixed water content. Contractors shall make modifications to mixed design to allow for increased slump loss during transportation in hot weather conditions. This shall be achieved by adjusting proportion of admixture, plasticizer or super plasticizer. Permitted range of admixture shall be clearly stated on concrete mix design with nominal values for cold weather and hot weather use. Now, okay, this shall be achieved by adjusting proportion of admixture, plasticizer or superplasticizer. Permitted range of admixture shall be clearly stated on concrete mix design with nominal values for cold weather and hot weather use. Now, under no circumstances will addition of extra weather, extra water okay. Under no circumstances, uh, under no circumstances, let me wait, I missed something. This shall be achieved by adjusting proportion of admixture, plasticizer or superplasticizer. Permitted range of admixture shall be clearly stated on concrete mix design with nominal values for cold weather and for hot weather use. Under no circumstances all right then. Under no circumstances will addition of extra water that increases water cement ratio be permitted during hot weather conditions. No way, you can't. All concrete materials and proportions used in periods of hot weather shall be those that have a satisfactory record of use in such conditions. Now, temperature control. Maybe some gray, I don't know. Temperature control is very small para, but it's important. And let me see what this para says. Let me put again that we are talking of concrete, so that you should not confuse in fact what we are talking of. It's concrete, my dear, again concrete, my dear, again concrete, my dear, concrete and concrete. Concrete is civil engineering. This new concrete means understanding of concrete. This is not concrete as is before. This is hot weather concrete. This concrete is structure. This concrete is life of building. This concrete means civil engineer. This concrete means contractor. This concrete means reliability. This concrete means solid. This concrete means money. This concrete means durability of structure. This concrete is reliability of structure. This concrete is safe. This concrete is serviceable. This concrete is reliable. This concrete is durable. This is all what I say. Concrete means project. Without concrete, nothing can move, nothing can move, and that's what concrete is about now. Context-specific proposals. Context-specific proposals for control of concrete temperatures to include extent and type of shading of aggregates. Method of chilling mixed water. And procedures for batching and mixing. Transportation, placing and finishing, curing and protection. Okay. Batching and mixing, transportation, placing and finishing, curing and protection. I speak again. These are excellent type of shadings aggregate, a type of shading of aggregate, method of chilling water mix, and procedure for batching and mixing. Transportation, placing and finishing, curing and protection. Placing and finishing, curing and protection. Now, these shall include calculations in accordance with ACI 305R clause 3.1, estimating concrete temperature. Contractor shall calculate temperature of freshly produced concrete based on input temperature of constituent materials and weights from particular mix designs. Calculation shall make allowances for rise in temperature between mixing and placing due to transportation and waiting period. Calculations shall successfully demonstrate that temperature can be maintained below 32 degrees Celsius at point of placing. Aggregate. All practical means that shall be employed to keep aggregates as cool as possible. Stockpiles of aggregates shall be shaded from direct sunlight. Shade shall extend beyond edge of aggregate. Shades shall extend beyond edge of aggregate, storage areas and stockpile layouts shall be such that direct sunlight is not incident on aggregate. Shade shall be constructed to allow access for mechanical shawls or means of conveyance. Shades and stockpiles shall be constructed so as to permit free flow of air over aggregates. Embedded cooling pipes. Embedded cooling pipes may also be used to cool aggregates. Sprinkling of coarse aggregate to reduce temperature. Sprinkling of coarse aggregate to reduce temperature by evaporation or direct cooling shall not be permitted. You cannot touch after mixes the water. Now water, how we can help it? Mixed water shall be cooled by storing in underground tanks or insulated tanks above ground. Water shall be chilled by use of proprietary chillers or addition of ice to water tank. Measures shall be taken to ensure that ice pieces are not inadvertently deposited directly into mixer. Water shall not be chilled below a temperature of 5 degrees Celsius. Tank pipes or struts used for storage of transportation of water shall be insulated and painted white. Mechanical refrigeration equipment, and insulated water storage shall be adequate for anticipated hourly and daily production rates of concrete during hot weather period. Mixing water may also be chilled by injection of liquid nitrogen. Mixing water may also be chilled by injection of liquid nitrogen into an insulated holding tank. Mixing water may also be chilled by injection of liquid nitrogen into an insulated holding tank. Such procedure shall be to approval of engineer. Ice shall be completely melted in mixing water prior to adding water to mixer. Cement. Use of freshly ground cement. Freshly ground cement at very high temperature is not permitted. Use of freshly ground cement at very high temperature is not permitted. Cement shall be kept below temperature which there is a tendency to false set. Cement shall be kept below temperature which there is a tendency to false set. Under no conditions shall temperature of cement exceed 75 degrees Celsius. Important point. Under no conditions shall temperature of cement exceed 75 degrees Celsius when it enters mixture. 75 degrees Celsius when it enters mixture. Again, under no conditions shall temperature of cement exceed 75 degrees Celsius when it enters mixture. This is very important point for quality and for engineering people or supervision people. Contractors shall make arrangements for storage on site to allow cooling of freshly ground and delivered cement. That is for fresh one. Addition of ice. Crushed shaved. Addition of ice. Crushed shaved or chipped. Crushed shaved or chipped ice can be used as part of mixing water. Crushed shaved or chipped ice can be used as part of mixing water for reducing concrete temperature. maximum amount, maximum nominal size of ice particles shall be 10 mm maximum size, and all ice must be melted before completion of mixing of concrete in pan. To ensure proper concrete, to ensure proper concrete mixing, maximum proportion by substitution shall be 75% of batch water requirement. Ensure proper concrete, to ensure proper concrete mixing, maximum proportion by substitution shall be 75% of batch water requirement. Crushed ice. Crushed ice shall be stored at a temperature that would prevent lumps from forming by refreezing of particles. Crushed ice shall be stored at temperature that will prevent lumps forming. Lumps forming by refreezing of particles. Batching plant shall incorporate a mechanical system for correctly proportioning and weighing ice to be added to mixer. Quantity of ice shall be deducted from total batch water. Contractors shall ensure there are adequate quantities of ice. Contractors shall ensure that there's adequate quantities of ice in suitable refrigerated store on site at plant to meet anticipated daily and hourly production rates of concrete during hot weather period. Liquid nitrogen. Liquid nitrogen. Freshly mixed concrete may be cooled by injection of liquid nitrogen. Care to be taken to ensure that concrete directly adjacent injection nozzle is not frozen. Care shall be taken to ensure that concrete directly adjacent injection nozzle is not frozen. Use of liquid nitrogen. Use of liquid nitrogen for cooling concrete shall include a nitrogen supply vessel and injection facility for batching plant or one or more injection stations for truck mixers. System may be set up at site for injection just before placing. Proper safety precautions as advised by supplier of liquid nitrogen shall be used. Batching and mixing. Batching and mixing. Drum of concrete. Drums of concrete mixer trucks. Drums of concrete mixer trucks shall be painted white to minimize solar heat gain. Where a truck mixer has been left standing in sun, empty drum shall be sprayed with water and drum flushed out with cold water before batching. Where a truck mixer has been left standing in sun, empty drum shall be sprayed with water and drum flushed out with cold water before batching. Care shall be taken to ensure all water is removed from drum before batching. Temperature of concrete shall be checked after discharge from mixer. Temperature of concrete shall be checked after discharge from mixer and written on delivery ticket. Temperature check shall be carried out at temperature check shall be carried out at plant on concrete floor. Temperature shall be carried out at plant on concrete floor for every 50 meter cube produced or every hour, whichever is minimum. A water reducing set retarding chemical admixture. Water using retarding chemical admixture. A water reducing set retarding chemical mixture conforming to requirements of BSEN 480 part 1, 2 and 4 may be used in varying proportions under different air temperature conditions. Now transportation. Transportation. I think people should understand that this is very important part of concrete mixing. I'm trying to explain which can change their quality standards. All site engineers, all project managers, all project engineers, all quality engineers, all who are responsible for concrete should have this knowledge, a minimum, because only then all we can understand what is concrete. Mixing of concrete, then placing of concrete, and before mixing of concrete, the designing of concrete trial mix, mixing of, and now placing, and then further. Each and every point, whatever is specified herein, is important for quality system, quality management of concrete. And if we cannot understand this, in no way can we ensure what quality is all about. Very important point. For example, what should be cement temperature while mixing? Important point. Like that, there are so many points which must be known to engineers. And these are practical, these are not from books. These are practical, empirical system that used to happen. And your books cannot give you that much This is, though it is not very updated specification, yet only maybe 5 years, 6 years. That's how revised this is right. We now go to further. I just try to interfere here that please do not ignore what I'm telling you now. I don't ignore this, and it's a very important part of this. So transportation. Transportation of concrete, very good. Transportation, placing, compaction and finishing of concrete shall be at fastest possible rate. Delivery of concrete to site shall be properly scheduled to match rate of placement and compaction, placing and finishing. Temperature, if temperature of first truck at concrete of a particular pour is above specification, temperature of first truck of concrete of a particular pour is above specification, maximum temperature limit, then placing shall not commence. Simple. Maximum limit, 32 to 35 shade temperature. Don't go above that. If a pour is in progress and temperature of a particular truck exceeds maximum permitted temperature, placing may be allowed to continue at discretion of engineer in order to avoid possible development of cold joint. In first case you can't, and in between you can for purpose of cold joint, just fine. However, no further concreting pours shall take place or shall be allowed until contractor has submitted revised calculations in accordance with ACI 305R clause 3.1 to demonstrate that maximum temperature will not be exceeded in future. Before beginning new pours, temperature of concrete constituent materials shall be monitored to verify that they meet assumptions of calculations. Curing and protection. Curing and protection shall conform to requirements of Part 10 of this section. Evaporation shall be minimized, particularly during first few hours subsequent to placing concrete by suitable means such as applying moisture by fog spraying or some other means acceptable to engineer. I repeat, curing and protection shall conform to requirements of Part 10 of this section. Evaporation shall be minimized, particularly during first few hours subsequent to placing concrete by suitable means such as applying moisture by fog spraying or any or some other means acceptable to engineer. Inspection and testing. Inspection and testing. All thermometers used for measurement of concrete temperature shall be calibrated weekly against a glass mercury thermometer. Calibration shall be carried out over temperature range of 10 degrees to 100 degrees. So calibration ranges 10 degrees Celsius to 100 degrees Celsius using a water bath with ice or heating. Calibration shall be carried out over temperature range of 10 degrees Celsius to 100 degrees Celsius using a water bath with ice or heating. Method used to determine acceptance of temperature control concrete should be in accordance with ASTM C1064. So, method used to determine acceptance of temperature control concrete should be in accordance with ASTM C1064. All concrete test specimens for strength or other purposes shall be carefully protected and cured. Specimens shall be protected from accidental damage by plant personnel or equipment on site. Specimens shall be kept moist by addition of water or covering by suitable curing material. Exact time of preparation of specimen on site shall be noted and time when it is transferred to laboratory. This time shall be written on test report. Now is part 16 miscellaneous in concrete, and next is general, scope reference, and pavement quality concrete, scope, mixed design, cement, water, aggregate, admixture, air content, density, cementitious grouts, general, material, workmanships, grades, scope, general, cellular concrete, repair of concrete, general, honeycombing or piling, crack injection, polyester resin concrete PRC, piping system for non-concrete drainage and service. Then, polyester resin concrete PRC, polyester resin concrete piping systems for non-pressure drainage and sewerage, general resin minimum strength. Now, before going further on miscellaneous, we shall like to rewind what we have studied in concrete. That's very important point. Today we studied concrete and we studied this point, and we have studied this protective treatment. We have studied, that was left yesterday, and now we studied hot weather concrete. That's part 15 of this section. 5 of Qatar's concrete specifications. In hot weather concreting, it was explained, of course not very lengthy, but it's quite constrained knowledge. We should say that. In this we study today hot weather concreting, general. In general we studied scope, references, definition of hot weather, system description, submittals, and we studied placing temperature, planning concreting, mixed design, temperature control. In temperature control we studied general, general aggregates, water, cement, addition of ice, liquid nitrogen, and batching and mixing, transportation, placing and finishing, curing and production, inspection and testing. And also in hot weather concreting, what's hot we understood, general channel scope is that, and then covers what scope it is, hot weather concrete. Part 6 is the various property requirements and concrete plants and transportation of placing concrete and curing. And references which is American reference VS and definition of hot weather, where we got information that hot weather means state temperature is 32 and up to 35 maximum, and then contract shall hot weather it says 35, you said 32 set temperature to 35, and then becomes a maximum 40 process range of hot weather like that. No? Then we understood what are 5 points we had to control. And so what are those? High ambient temperature and shade temperature above 40 degrees means let's call high temperature. Thermometer 33 when falling and then 40 when rising, high concrete temperature, low relative humidity and high wind speeds. Also that rate of evaporation of 6575 kilogram per square per hour. And our system descriptions we studied is that how to increase water demand, how to reduce water demand of concrete, and rate of slump loss we have to understand how to handle that one, and increase rate of setting, of course in hot weather it is rate of setting, how to deal with that, and also that increased stiffness of plastics in case. Then we said that means slump loss, high rate of slump loss, and rate of setting, increased rate of setting, and increased tendency for plastics linkage cracking, and long-term strength, decrease in long-term strength, tendency of drying shrinkage cracking, increase that, and also tendency of differential thermal effects and consequence cracking, or increase that one, and decreased durability due to cracking we are facing, increased permeability. Then submittals and placing temperature is studied, and planning concrete, how to plan this, how mix design, and temperature controls, aggregates, and all that which are then water we studied out. Then say water and cement and addition of ice, and also liquid nitrogen, batching and mixing, transportation, placing, mixing, and curing. So we still like that. Then we say it's miscellaneous. So in this we have already told you is miscellaneous what we have to study. So we have seen in miscellaneous what you study. This is miscellaneous now in general. How much time I have? Let me see. About 10 minutes, no, 20 minutes more I think. So we can pick up, I hope. So let's say scope. This is part of general. What's the scope of that? This part deals with miscellaneous items. items related to concrete works, including pavement, quality concrete, no fines concrete, lightweight concrete, cementitious grout, scrapes, repair of concrete, and graniting. Good. Can you understand all one day? I think you can watch this video in many steps. Don't worry about that. There are 4 hours. You watch in 8 steps, half an hour each. I think it is better for you because you are not that rich in time. I am sitting idle, so I have enough time. Don't worry about that. I am out of employment because I'm 65, and my employment is that I am teaching you those guys who need teaching, just trying to educate those who are not very well suited to quality methods, or those engineers who need training in construction and designs. And this is also part of design. You cannot say that design is only structural. This is also a part of design management, or you can say quality, total quality. It's not simply quality control, it's total quality, you mind it. So part deals with miscellaneous items related to concrete works, and that is pavement number 1, and that is quality control. No fines concrete, lightweight concrete, cementitious grout, scrapes, repair of concrete, and graniting. So pavement, on roads, on footpaths, or generally so on roads, carriageways, that's quality concrete. And no fines concrete means there's only coarse aggregate, cement, and lightweight concrete, foam concrete, like we do on roofings, lightweight concrete do. And cementitious grout, we generally do below vessels on plants, whether not vibratory but stationary vessels, and then do scrapes on floors, and repair of concrete and graniting. That's many items are there, and there can be many more in this matter. Means it's not saying that we have to bind ourselves with this description, not at all. It means this is general, they're telling we can move further and further and further, no harm. So now it's part 2 is aggregate. Now we relate these sections this part is this whatever part is this, and we are saying that this is you can say part 16, this is miscellaneous, and there's connection to this. Part 2 aggregate, part 3 cementitious material, part 4 water, part 5 admixture, part 6 property requirements, part 7 concrete plants, part 8 transportation and placing of concrete, part 9 formwork, part 10 curing, part 15 hot weather concreting. Now let's reference the must be long list, no problem, speak of that. Following standards or channels in this part. It's ACI 506, a guide to shotcrete, ACI 506, a guide to shotcrete, ASTM C98910.10 is dashed in. So standard specification for slag cement for use in concrete and mortars. In BS 146, Portland blast furnace cement. That is British BS. 146 is Portland blast furnace cement, and BS 812 testing program, and testing aggregate. Sometimes reading is overlooked, what the overlooked, so I say testing aggregate now rather than something else. BS 812 and BS 1881 testing concrete, and BS 2782 this is methods of testing plastics, and BS 3892 pulverized fuel ash, and BS 4551 is methods of testing mortars, and so let's go through BS 2782 methods of testing plastics. Because we have already gone BS 1881, it's testing concrete. BS BS-2782 methods of testing plastics, and BS-3892 pulverized fuel ash, and BS-4551 methods of testing mortars, screeds and plasters, and BS-5075 that's concrete admixture, and then BS-6319 that's testing of resin and polymer or cement compositions for use in construction, and BS-6610 specification for pozzolanic pulverized fuel ash cement. So this is 6610 BS-6610 specification of pozzolanic pulverized fuel ash cement, and BS-8203 code of practice for installation of resilient floor coverings, and then it is BS-8500 is concrete, and then BS-EN 197-1 that is cement composition specifications and conformity criteria for and then we can say that is BS-8500 is concrete, and BS-EN 197-1 cement composition specifications and conformity criteria for common cements, and BS-EN 480 admixture for concrete mortar and grout test methods part 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, 11 and 12, and BS-EN 934 admixtures for concrete mortar and grout part 2, 6, and BS-EN 998 then you can say BS-EN 934 admixtures for concrete mortar and grout part 2 and 6. Then also BS-EN 998 specification for mortar for masonry, and BS-EN 1744-1 tests for chemical properties of aggregates, chemical analysis you can say. Then BS-EN 12350 testing fresh concrete, and BS-EN 12390-5 flexural extent of test specimen, and BS-EN 12620 aggregates for concrete, and now EN 197-4 2004 cement composition specifications and conformity criteria for low early strength blast furnace cements, and EN 1974-4 cement composition okay, then we say EN 197-4 2004 cement composition specifications and conformity criteria for low early strength blast furnace cement, and I think before that was aggregate for concrete, and BS-EN 12620 was aggregate for concrete, and ES 197-4 2004 cement composition specifications and conformity criteria for low early strength blast furnace cement, and EN 197-4 cement compositions specifications and conformity criteria for low early strength blast furnace cements, and that is a link. Previous one linked to EN, so this is also linked to EN. This means EN 197-4 cement composition specifications and conformity criteria for low early strength blast furnace cements, and EN 12350 testing fresh concrete, EN 1744-1 tests for chemical properties of aggregate, tests for chemical properties of aggregates, chemical analysis, EN 17441, GSO EN 206-1 concrete specifications, performance, production of conformity, and then SHW 1000 specification for highway works. So we take now SHW 1000 as specification for, wait a minute, GSOEN 206-1 concrete specification, performance, production and conformity, and SHW 1000 specification for highway works, UK road pavements, concrete materials. Sometimes I lose concentration because of terminology or because sequence of this list. I lose concentration, close my eyes, don't think I'm not here, I'm there, very much there. Now pavement quality concrete, time left is, oh no, it is not that much. Pavement quality concrete, so it's a long way to go. I cannot cover it this time. I'll just see titles only and tell you I'll do tomorrow. This one it's a long one. Pavement quality concrete scope, mixed design, then table 16.1, then it's miscellaneous, and then it's water, cement, and then aggregates, and then admixtures, air contents, density. Cementitious grouse is general material workmanship, and it's sprayed sand, and then sprayed sand. This is all that sprayed sand. Now it is cellular concrete. Cellular concrete is a conventional concrete where natural aggregates, the gravel, is exchanged for insulation. Exchange for insulation medium, and air embedded in organic, inorganic, and biodegradable form. So there is important cellular concrete, and then repair of concrete and honeycombing also. And then miscellaneous also says that it is, it's now crack injection, and this is then polystyrene concrete. After that, polystyrene concrete piping system for non-pressure drainage and sewerage, and so then it is structural precast concrete. So we have to go a long way. We cannot say that we've done it. Long way, still long. It's not very long way, but long way. And I can't go speed of this. So what I say, gentlemen, because time is not much left for today's conclusion. Today I started with that is COVID for general explanation, which is thriving very fast, and really speaking, now important talk was concrete, that is we are doing. Nearly I talked about some concrete, which is a very important point, and before that I talked about management, which is also in fact related to concrete, because without concrete there can be no management. There is project management, total quality. I relate this to directly to site management and works management, and I can say with claim that our organizational work, and which we call total quality, is linked to concrete quality, It's concrete that helps there, without which we cannot move further, and it's concrete only that gives us impetus. Without this, nothing can move. That is only base of our work. So concrete is very important part, that's it. And I'm talking of this because concrete is very, very significant part of this. We could not go to FIDIC today as well. No problem. We'll cover up the next time. What I'm saying about to you guys that concrete, don't take it non-seriously, unseriously. Take it very seriously because you have to be strong like concrete. It's concrete only that speaks you. You are an engineer. Just block work, brickwork, plastering, rendering, tiling, sewer line, water line. Do not speak that it is engineering in fact. These are, you can say, finishing items and infrastructural items. Yes, you need engineering for that, but that is not dominating engineering. Just as a dominating engineering in civil is in construction, not only in civil, even in HVAC mechanical and mechanical plants and also power plants or refineries or facilities of nation or international level. Only engineering is civil works without which nothing can move. Without which nothing can move. Particularly, it is cast in situ concrete, also pre-stressed concrete as well as pre-cast concrete, and also there is structural steel work. Lot of structural steel work goes on those plants, but don't forget, major part of those is supported by concrete foundations. Nowadays, even those structural steel are replaced by concrete in some cases, and in pipe. So I'm not going to that extent anyway. Now, concrete is required everywhere. It may be HVAC foundation. It may be your electrical, on roof or electrical transformers. It may be your electrical switch gears. It may be your light poles or whatever equipment, heavy or light, whatever vessels, vibratory or stationary, big and small, all. Pavements, foundations, utilities, duct banks, what not talk of. Culverts, box culverts, pipe culverts, manholes, chambers, catch basins, utilities basins, many basins, septic tanks, which not, substations, central control buildings, administrative building, workshop building, maybe you can say all amenities. Majority of work requires concrete, without which no project can be given shape, without which nothing can move. Metro, train, you can say, cast in situ columns, tunneling, and pre-stressed decking. Tell me one place there's no concrete. So, what we should do? Rather calling civil engineer, you can call concrete engineer. Concrete engineer is reliable engineer, and civil engineer also reliable engineer. But confusion exists because job of civil engineer is to control concrete. This every civil engineer knows, I know. Every civil engineer knows it very well. I am not denying that fact. All over world civil engineers know. Our civil engineers too very well know it. But they are restrained for I don't know. What's the reason behind that? When I watch these works, all these projects, whatever project, from distance I say, oh, there's a defect in that. If in this age there is defect, I can't complain about 30, 40 years back. Now calculations are done by software, designs are done by software, and supports is software, everything is there, calculation is no problem. Then why don't we devote time to quality requirement? My point is very simple. My question to all civil engineers is very simple. I am not interested in long talks of lectures and this and that and leadership and all that. That's not required. Everybody is leader. We are born leaders because we are engineers. Nobody can teach us what is leadership. If you are engineer, you are leader. What leadership teaching you need? You don't need any teaching of leadership, because without being leader, you cannot be designated engineer. Engineer means real leader, because you deal with whom? You deal with material management, material organization, you deal with human resources, you deal with machinery, you deal with transactions, you deal with vendors, you deal with your organization, you deal with consultants, you deal with your own people, you deal with your staff, you deal with planning, you deal with quantity, you deal with valuation. What is leadership then? Saying vision, vision, vision. What is vision? We are doing real work. Where is vision required? We had vision, that is why we are here. Those design guys, they are leaders. They tell do this. They tell or no. Maybe they have deficiencies, but they work on designs. That design should be transformed to quality reality. That is job to be done from design office to site to location, which is conducted, which is carried out by all classes of personnel, from project manager to guard, watchman, watch guard. Just like in design, every class is available on our locations or sites, every class of personnel are available. Why don't we understand this point? Where do we fail and why do we fail? Why we are not getting quality required? Why buildings collapse or tilted? Why buildings collapse and why bridges fail? Why roads sink? I'm not saying in this country only, it's synced in Italy also, but they're old. It's because there is some lapse, there is some error. What is that lapse? That lapse is there is pressure either from political people or from contractor, or you yourself are contractor, or contractor themselves are engineers. Something like that. But remember, responsibility is owned by engineer and contractor. They are responsible. If work is not done, it's not done according to requirement, it is engineer and contractor, both are responsible. Of course, owner would face losses, but direct responsibility, because engineer is there, where supervising engineer or maybe design engineer or whatsoever, morally and legally they are responsible. Why quality is not achieved? quality control I'm not talking. I'm talking complete. Where do we fall? Who shall tell us? Nobody is going to tell us. We have to rediscover our educational system on sites. I'm not saying university education system that is bound by syllabus, it's bound by program. Our own learning on site, we are teachers there and we are learners there. We learn from documents, we learn from joining many organizations, we learn from consultants, and consultants learn from site engineers. We learn from each other, multidisciplinary people. We learn from work done by workers, direct line workers who know sometimes practical more important than ourselves. Only problem is interest in concentration, interest in reading documents, interest in understanding specification, interest in understanding and adopting a specification. These specification of concrete I am trying to explain to you must be understood. I am asking one question. How many of you in your career did check cement temperature before mixing? I am sure no one. I am asking one question to everybody. Why you did not have a concern about concrete temperature? Why not? Why don't you consider ambient temperature? Why not? All these add to quality. If we close our eyes and say everything is okay, then everything is okay. What we should do, we must do. University will not teach you everything. You have to learn yourself. Specifications at international level you have to learn, forget our level. You have to learn if you want to see engineer's future. If you have knowledge, whole world shall respect you, and if you don't have knowledge, you will be called Indian engineers. Otherwise, you will be called professional engineers. That is difference between an Indian engineer and a professional engineer. I have seen sometimes I did designs on some projects, very special site design, assistant design, and they used to call me a design engineer, though I was not design engineer there. It's performance of engineer. It's your performance in construction. It's your performance in documentation. It's your performance in method statement writing. It's your performance in raising technical queries. It's your performance in screening out engineering queries. It's your performance in recording documents, ISP drawings. It's your performance in designing and interpretation of design and constructability of that. It's your raise issues in advance. Should give progress, give documentations. Force all to work for you. That point we must understand. And if we cannot understand, we cannot understand anything. I'll continue tomorrow. I try to close it now because already it's more than 4 hours, and there was though not much major activity, some shower there. I'll continue this tomorrow, and possible I'll reconnect to FIDIC also, which I could not do because 1 hour is spent in management and COVID, and remaining 10 hours, 3 hours also not small period. I spent 3 hours on this specific today, and there were many talks in past. But try to concentrate on concrete. That's very important. Learn it. I am giving references from Qatar specifically because I worked there. I know what was their standards of understanding of specifications. They were all British that time. I worked with them. They do go to site and check and examine and test. I tried to get some specifications from other UAE companies, but I could not find it on that. I tried to locate ADNOC specifications. I could know they are all similar. I know there's no much difference in those. Yet it's our duty to improve as much as. This is real education. MTech or PhD won't help you. This shall help you. This gives a personality of knowing that is only book written by those professors who have not, I'm not criticizing, they don't have field experience. So field experience reference is much more important because these specifications come from field, from research, from projects. That's are more important. These are like research documents. So we are referring to research documents with this. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I close this now with hope that we meet tomorrow again. Thank you very much, gentlemen.